Daniel, can you hear me?
Yeah, Sheldon, I can.
All right, talk to me.
Charlie, the team is right now. Me, I don't blame the organizers. I blame we Ghanaians. You understand? Because this has been happening all over and all over again, and we keep patronizing. How can you sell a table for $8,000? You understand?
Wait, hold up. The table be $8,000.
$8,000.
Wait, it be 8,000 cedis or dollars?
$8,000, 120,000 Ghana cedis. It be
People
nonsense.
bought tables for $8,000.
Yes, I don't know if people bought it, but that's what they were. That's the kind of money that we're selling the tables for. You understand? Yes. So if let me tell you something. This will happen again and again and again. No creative art can stop this. The only people who can stop this is us, we the Ghanaian citizens. We are the people who can stop this. Nobody can stop this. We have to stop. Let me tell you something. For example, tidal reef, total nonsense. It will happen again and again and again and again. You go to Rapaholic, you stand there the whole time, the place is very hot. It will happen. If we don't go to the concerts, they will change. That's the only solution. If we don't go, they will change.
But we have to also go to concert and chill.
No. Kojo. They don't respect us, the people. So the only thing we have to do is to stop going to the concerts. If we stop, they will change. That is the only solution. Nobody can. Hey, there'll be a statement. Wizkid don't even talk about. Wizkid don't even talk about this. Wizkid don't come once. Me, I know Wizkid.
I know sure.
Wizkid,
I know sure. Say he go talk.
He no go talk about time. Wizkid no go open his mouth safe. He go come post picture in the smoke. Wizkid don't know. I know they blame him. He will come post picture in the smoke. Me on fire. You know they care about you. You go pay the 3,200 Ghana. You know they care. On fire. He be millionaire. So you the person where you go pay that money. You know. They'll think first of all, did you do your background checks about the event organizer? You didn't do anything. We have to change that. We have to change. If we don't change that, these people don't do this to us all over and all over again. That's the only solution. We have to change. If we don't go to these concerts, they can't do this to us, Sheldon. So I think that we as people should realize that they don't respect us. And if we continue going to the concerts, this Masa, let me tell you something. We'll be in see no Ghana how could see one. Forget about suing. Your money now shit. You cannot shit. Forget about suing. So don't waste your time listening to people that I'm going to sue this. It's a waste of time. Just to understand that we as citizens should understand that the creative arts people don't respect us. We should stand tall and make decisions for ourselves. That's the best thing I have to say. Yo, Sheldon.
You Abeku, talk to me. Abeku, your hand up, or you know if you talk.
Okay. Good morning, guys.
You are at the show, right?
Yeah, no, I was there. Yeah.
Okay.
Good
All right.
morning.
What happened?
Okay, so I think it started from the word get go. Ticketing, security at the entrance to the VVIP separation, and then general admission. So it started from the organizers. That's what I would say. It started from the organizers part first before it will come to the artists. You give access to VIP, VVIP, and then general admission, and you mix VIP and VVIP at the same space. So those who were separating it from the entrance, they just directed everyone to go to the stand, the platinum side. Later, when the reserve guys started coming in and all of that, they were having issues separating them. Those who were already seated said they are not going to move because we paid for it. And they couldn't say anything. Those doing the ushers were just small girls and boys who don't get kappa, we don't go fight anyone. If you say you could beat them, you could beat them. So it's just like, okay, then go and call the security guys. When they also came, they were blaming it on the organizers. The people who work with the organizers didn't help any way. They didn't help. Because if you mess up at the entrance of directing people, this is where you are supposed to sit. They won't mix in the first place. Now, someone paid $500 for his group, and he doesn't even have a seat to sit, not of even getting a drink. Later, they roam going about the stage, going around the stage before they were finally asked to come and sit at the high table, just close to where the guys manning the stage are. I'm like, wow, 3,000, 3,500. And they were just furious. I can imagine you are even paying $5,000 and you go there, they ask you to join the VIP, just walk on the pitch, be part of those. You are not going to sit anywhere, you're not going to have any space to sit. You just have to roam around the stage, like be part of the media guys moving around the stage, taking the videos and pictures. Who does that for events like this? So I think the whole problem started from the events organizer from the word get go, because you didn't place the right people to support this. And coming to the artist, you've been booked for events. Wizkid didn't come for sound check, but his band came. His guy, the guys
Wizkid didn't come for sound check.
They came to do the sound check for him, just like the other guys. The band came to do the sound check for him. Ifya came to do the sound check. Most of the Ghanaian guys didn't come to do their sound check, so their sound was very bad when the event started. When the first act, this guy last me opened the show, and the whole thing, the sound was blasting. Later, side went off, his mic was off, going off and on. Then this guy, Yao tried pulling up a bit, but he also started getting this this rig. That, like, the whole issue with the sound. So he just have to end after that first song he performed. He didn't do Yebe Sorry. As soon as he started Yebe Sorry, then he just acknowledged the people, give shout out, went backstage. Then Mano took over it.
Sheldon, I want to talk something. Sheldon, make I talk something. Make nobody blame Wizkid.
Nobody they blame him. Nobody they blame him.
Sheldon, make advice. Sheldon, make advice me guys.
Make it talk. Make the guy talk, boss. Make it talk.
Okay.
Make Abeku talk. Abe.
So with the sound issue as well, I don't know who did their sound for them. Their sound was bad. So the DJ setup, they had just one DJ setup. Aside Neptune's setup, which was on Wizkid's stage, the live band setup for Wizkid to perform on. Neptune had a setup on that stage, but the general DJ setup was just one. So if I play, when I finish playing, manual, or there has to be dead air before the swabbing takes place. There was a big issue there, and they didn't even see to rectify it and add another setup. They were just there. The crowd were just annoying. Those who were supposed to get drinks didn't get. They are just moving all over the pitch. And you could see frustration. Even the Nigerians guys, their own people who came to support him, they started complaining. It's 10. They've not seen anything. It's 11. They are not seeing anything. It's just music, DJ plays a bit okay song for them to come back to life. Then DJ goes off, plays, like it was a whole mess up. I don't know how they planned this event, but it was a whole mess up this time. I don't know if the guy, Junior, yeah.
So you were there. So from what you have said, we go attribute a lot of the things we happen to the event organizers not getting things right. You didn't hear me?
Yes, Sheldon, I hear you.
I said from what happened and from what you have said, then it means we go attribute a lot of the things we happen there to the event organizers not getting things right.
Not the artists not can. Hello, Sheldon.
You didn't hear me? Yeah, you didn't hear me?
You go off and on. You keep going off and on.
You didn't hear me now?
Yes, I did hear you.
I said that you didn't hear me?
Yes, I did hear you.
Yeah, I said, so from what you have said, what you go feel attribute a lot of the things will happen over there to the event organizers not getting things done. All right.
Yes.
All right, Charlie. Thank you. Anyway, Austin, I beg talk to us.
Yeah, Sheldon, good morning and good morning to everybody in this space. And first of all, I think that for those who decided to go for a music event, as someone who has been championing creative arts in this country for the past 20 years, I think I would like to apologize. And please don't take heed to people who are trolling you. People will take their money to their pastors. People will give their money to charity. People will use their money for fun activities. They are all part. So if people want to make it seem that if you give your money or go for a musical concert is too expensive, you deserve it. I think that is where the problem stems from. It is wrong. So if you decided to go, because creative arts has created a lot of jobs for people. People like Sarkodie, Daddy Lumba, Daughters of Glorious Jesus, Shatawale have a voice in this country because of creative arts. So when we try to undermine people who try to invest by buying tickets to creative arts events just because you think that the economy is difficult, they have been cheated and all that. It is not fair on them. So if you went or you go for events, you have decided to go for an event, don't let the trolling push you back, because creative arts is a wonderful space. Tourism contributes close to 3% to Ghana's GDP. So for those of you who went for the event and those who want to go for other events, please don't let this put you down, because there is something big for all of us. It's an echo chain. On the
For
main
sure.
issue, on the main issue, Sheldon, 2 years ago, I think it would be 2 years ago, I called you on my radio show and I said, can you come and explain to me what happened at the Sarkodie event? It was not, and I want you to attest to this, it was not about a blame game interview. I interviewed you because you had gone to explain everything that happened along the way that had the problem at Rapaholic, so that we profess solutions. And you, Sheldon, told me that, Austin, we had a difficulty with ticketing and seating this way. Moving on, I think this is how we should do it. That is what we should all be looking out for as a people. For the umpteenth time, there is an event. This thing will happen. We will come, we will laugh, we will undermine brands, all of that. We are done. 3 years down the line, it happens again. Don't we learn anything? It's like in Ghana, and I don't know, I'm in Ghana, so I'd appreciate issues in Ghana better. We don't want to learn from some of the mishappenings or some of the mishaps that happens in our everyday lives, every facet. All we do is blame, attack somebody. So if it is a Shatawale event, Sarkodie and non-Shatawale fans will come and attack him. If it's a Sarkodie event, people will come and mock him and all that. But we don't look at ways where we can improve and these things will not happen again. Number one, with event organizers. You see, I think that we have a Ministry of Tourism and Creative Arts. We have the district assemblies like KMA, AMA. Before you organize events, you need permits and all that, because it will be a public event. I think we should be having a database of everybody who is into event organizing, register with a recognized ministry or agency. We should be going ticketing way of where we are buying tickets the e-way. So anytime there is a force majeure or anytime there is a problem caused by event organizers or artists themselves, the basic thing and foremost thing is the fans, how we can rectify the situation with them, pay them back their money. If you do e-ticketing, we can solve such a thing, because anybody can just get up, know somebody somewhere, and put up an event.
has no capacity, is terrible with security and all that, there is a problem, then we are done. Because listen, if you are getting 5,000 to 30,000 people to an event, it's a national security concern. Because when Kotoko and Hasa are playing, it's national security concern. How come when an artist who is arguably one of the top 3 in Africa is coming, we expect to get 5,000 to 30,000, and it's not a national security concern for us? What you see, I should be asking those who gave the venue out, those who are in charge of our security in this country, what did they demand from event organizers that you cannot go and pack 30,000 people at an event without giving
Austin,
us your plan? Yeah, hello.
Austin, I think I saw more private securities at the ticketing and entrance point, which those guys cause a lot of, like, they blocked a lot of people. And the heat between those crowd at the gates before they even got onto the pitch was annoying. I videoed them.
Okay,
I told them, I showed
yes.
them I'm
You
here
are
to have
giving
fun.
us
But
first
not
hand,
what
first hand. You see, you
you
see,
guys are doing. I'll record it and play it on TV. Or if
brilliant, Abeku. You see, when
I
we
mean,
talk about
I'm
security,
serious.
you don't leave it. You see, people should listen. This is not somebody's birthday party or bash or 500 people. When you talk about getting 5,000 to 30,000 people to a Kotoko house match, right? Kotoko cannot decide that we are taking a decision to go and bring private security. That is all. I am saying that the Ghana Police Service will be involved. So you can have 1,001 private security. But you see, we should have people well vexed in security matters to take a decision that with this particular event, we think that with the 1,000 private security, you still need 200 or 500 or 1,000 policemen. This is security matter. It is not, it is expertise. It is not somebody just see someone and say, I'll bring 500 security. It should be backed by expertise, opinion. Two, you see, event organizers and artists, the relationship between them, right, I think is becoming problematic. Is it because we are not reading contracts well? Because in the Shatawale Hogbechocho event, I have not read the contract, but listening to Shatawale, he says that he goes to the place the day of the event, which is, I think, the Volta region. And he is told that he has to move from his hotel, or he's not even gone to his hotel, pack his bags, move to a radio station to go and talk about it. He will lose his voice and all that. Then I'm like, whoa, was there a contract? Because I have seen a number of these contracts. Sometimes they put in there the artists before the D-Day should help in promotion of the event on their social media platform. You'd go for interviews, we will build interviews for you and all that. Do they read the contracts well? Because if indeed you are supposed to go and promote, and promotion is in there, promotion comes in varied forms. How can you say that I'll lose my voice, so I will not go? I'm not saying Shatawale is wrong, but I'm just giving an example because it's the one that has just come. Can you say I will lose my voice, so I will not go and do that promotion? Could it have been via phone? Could it have been done in another way? So I'm asking, promotion for this particular Wizkid event was a little bit on the low because you are bringing such a top artist. What was in the contract? How was it going to help in promotion and all that? It is just even yesterday and the day before people are realizing it is not a Wizkid himself organized event, but it's an event organizer who is bringing him. So you see that the hype that he gave to it is a little bit minimal. It's problematic. The way forward, Sheldon, that is always key for me because this industry we are in, people at the top of affairs in our country do not value us. So we need to package ourselves very well. And if these things keep happening, where we are having Ghana Music Awards, somebody will pull a gun, where we are having an event, this thing will happen and all that, it becomes problematic. Let us package ourselves very well. Please, artists, you need to always put fans at the core of everything you do. So I am appealing to all parties involved. A statement should come out. A statement should come out. First of all, before you explain your side of the story, apologize to the fans first through that statement. Because fans who love you have spent millions to be at the place, stood there for close to 10 hours, you did not come. I'm not faulting you, but first of all, before you explain your side of the story, apologize to the fans, then you explain and tell us the way forward together with the event team. I think that if they come out with a statement and all that, well, but please, we should be looking for the way forward. Events. Nobody should just get up when in boys. I know Sheldon. He's close to me. Charlie Sheldon, I know you are close to this. You can feel help him take him to Kumasi. Or we go give him 50,000. We go give you hotel room. That is it. No. Lawyers must be invited in some of these contracts. Explain every line by line to us. And lastly, where we have events in this country is a problem. Because Sheldon, in Kumasi, we don't have event centers which is covered. So Sarkodie would come and perform. Amachi did the Lumba Kodrenpi one stage, and we are doing it at the car park of Micklin Hotel. When it rains, we have lost. We don't get a refund for our money. There was a particular incident which was popular like this. Daddy Lumba came to Kumasi. There was rains and everything. He couldn't perform. They told us that people who still maintain their tickets can bring it the next day. But if you destroyed it, you have to pay again. You see, this is fleecing the fans. So if we go the e-ticket way, this cannot happen. And where we have events in places that are not covered, we need to be careful some of the things we do. It should be backed by science and research. Moving on, we should all be part of building this thing and stop the blame game and attacks. Let us do the right thing so that next year we will not face a similar. We are having a close to 500 events in Ghana from this December to January. We should not be hearing some of these things. And please, let us all patronize these things and not let this blip destroy what we have built in the last 5 years for our events and creative arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you. Thank you.
Just address the issues and do it right. How can you so take it at the gate? Yo.
Boss, Charlie. All right. So, Kwesi, talk to us.
Hello, good morning. I think Austin has said a lot and most of the things I wanted to say, but the other side that I want to deal with is who should consumers report to when these things happen, because it's going to be like most of the laws in our books. When we don't touch it or someone does not activate it, it will be there and to keep happening. So first of all, I think those who went for this event and faced a lot of problems should come together and see the Consumer Protection Agency. I think that institution is like our first step into fixing some of these things. When we're able to get them to act, or when we get to them and we know the steps they will be taking or the things they will do to solve some of these issues, then it will be like a good step in achieving success in most of these events. Because when we talk, we can talk all we want, but when we don't take action, the next event will also give us the same issue. We will come and talk. The next event will also give us another issue. We will come and talk. And we should also know something, that December is becoming like the hot cake for Ghana entertainment industry and even for the world, because most artists would want to perform in Ghana during December. So we must protect this December in Ghana activities and all the events that comes with it. I don't know why the ministry and some of these government agencies are not taking some of these things serious. Our beyond the year return and return what. They must also have interest in some of these events. They must have like interest in some of these events. You can't just collaborate with them, post their flyers that, oh, this event will be happening, and when something goes bad, You don't say anything about it. They stay back. The tourism authority and all those people. I don't know why they are mute when some of these things happen. And I was even expecting for the security issue. Events like this should even have exit. They should show people when this is happening, this is how you go about it. Because gathering 40,000 people in a stadium that has seen disaster before, we can't be risking people's life just like that. And at some point, they had to open the gate for even people without tickets to enter. That's like a different kind of risk level. If a security person has prepared that those with tickets are supposed to enter, and now you've opened it for the general public and people even without ticket, people with regular tickets can now go to VIP and VVIP, then the risk factor has increased to another level, and we can't even deal with it. So that's one of the contributions I want to make. I think someone can also continue.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
That's where the Kwashe boys started flooding the space. Where the VIP, and then I think around 2:30 a.m. or so, we just saw like a host of guys without any wristband whatsoever, like a lot of them. And just right then, well, at least we were at that time, will be our brains so we're able to like spot that now these guys are odd. And so imagine if somebody who is not on the guard or anything, and then just about 10 minutes after that, somebody inside there. One of the securities apprehended some guys over there, and some lady was crying. I think no more phone. Who said then like, how do you do this? How?
Okay. So Sheldon, you were asking Abeku if the onus is on the event organizers with the event failure. Absolutely, 100%. I mean, there was another space that was held, and I was speaking on it, and I was saying that the first key thing that they did was they didn't do proper audience research. They didn't do proper market research, because if they had done, they would have noticed that the venue that they were selecting was not appropriate for the event that they were going to organize. Cardi B failed to fill the park. GT brought Davido, Adekunle Gold, all the big names from Ghana and Nigeria last year. They failed to fill the park. So if you had done research, you would have seen videos and conversation about these other events that had happened in the stadium that were not successful, and that would have informed your choice of a venue. Another thing, marketing. Last minute marketing. They announced the event, I think was, if not 2 months into November or so, and then your event was in December, first or second week in December. Too late. And you leave it to influencers to just post, make social commentary and do hashtags. When Wizkid was in town yesterday, one of the things that they could have done, maybe it was not in the contract, so that didn't happen, was have him speak on radio, on TV, or even do a social media video of, hey guys, I'm in Ghana, I'm here for the, Live Hub event. Even if it is not your event, once you are billed as the headline, when you put such a content out, it gives people sort of some credibility to the event, because now there's a face to the event. Because people were even asking, I think 2 or 3 days ago, that does Wizkid even know he has an event in Ghana? So all of these things may have influenced people not buying tickets, because they were not so sure the main headline was going to come. So once the person was in town, just a minute video to put out there to say that he's in town would have got people to rush and get tickets in the last minute. It took him like in the evening, like 15 hours ago or so, to say that Ghana Accra Sports Stadium, and then that was about it. So marketing 100% poor. And also I think like a lot of people have been saying about who do you report to? There's over the years there's been a lot of those instances of, oh, I didn't get my money's worth, but then we come on Twitter, we talk about it, we rant about it, and then we let it go. One thing that I have thought about and I've come to realize is where I would fault Wizkid just a little bit. If he was at the venue and he had seen people there, he should have, even if it is one song, even if it is 2 songs, because for people that had gotten out of their beds, left their various homes, long distances to come to this event, it is because of you, the artist. So once you see there is an audience, like I was saying, was it Wilderland? Wilderland last year, see, they didn't even get 1/4 of the number of people they had estimated. But as at 5 a.m., Davido came on stage and he performed and killed himself like it was a venue that had been filled with 10,000 people. It was the first time I had seen his performance up close. And I was like, hey, with this small number of people and he's going all out and he's killing himself like that, he performed back-to-back songs, because even if there is not much audience, there are people there. There are people that had stood the whole night till 5 a.m. to see him. So he made sure that he put on an act. So if Wizkid was in the venue and he had seen people, the least he could have done was to come on and perform 1-2, let people get their Snapchat videos, let people get their money's worth, and then they'll be okay. Honestly, it would have honestly minimized the hurt and the stress of paying that how much we call it, 5,000 or whatnot. Remember when Asaka came and was at Garage? People had so many complaints, but at the end of the day, they saw Asaka, what's his name, Ashake or whatever, the Nigerian artist. They saw him perform. Even if he performed 2 songs, they said, oh, I went to see him, he performed, I have gotten my money's worth, and I'm okay. But here is the instance. I have paid for the event. I did not get to see who I paid to see, and the whole hula baloo of not getting my money's worth. I mean, even if you are not a concert goer and you are someone watching behind the scenes, it's heartbreaking, it's unfair. And going forward, I hope the event organizers do learn their lessons from this, honestly, because at the end of the day, like Austin said, what is the lessons we are picking out of this? And like he said, we've built this culture of December in Ghana is the ish. Everybody wants to come experience it. And if the first event of the December calendar, the major one of the December calendar, is turning out like this with all the conversations that people are having about it, then what is the ripple effects of people saying, oh, so imagine someone is coming from Nigeria, the person has not even decided to come yet, but is seeing all of these conversations. It's an indication to say, nah, I'm just going to waste my money, whatnot, so I wouldn't go. So it starts from one event, but it affects a whole industry and the whole ecosystem. And that is not the sort of image we want to sell for the Ghana entertainment industry. So yeah, basically that's what I had to share.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you very much. Elvis.
Yeah, could you my issue be something simple? What I just don't want to talk the same. The things that they see for the TL top, let me say if I did inside, we all did inside. I feel it's very bad. It don't be necessary say for the right all those things, because this December in GHM, if we know who damn well, Charlie, we go feel lose them. Where these things where they happen right now, it will start to scare people. It will scare a lot of artists. Even by this time, safe. Chance the rapper, then Vic Mensa, them are show safe. By this time, safe. Them safe, then start to think, hey, Charlie, so Wizkid, if Wizkid won't flop, what we could do, Charlie, what we go on? Where it be like, see, I don't go dear anybody out. We all with the inside. If something flop for this country inside, the way we do it, we they make happy about the thing, no? We need to be very careful about that thing. Very, 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 very careful about that thing, because you know they speak well at all. If a nation where for some time now we've started accepting tourism to our system, yes, tourism has been in the system for long, but Charlie, we all go feel talk the truth, say for some time now the system has changed. So if we start to scare this artist, then Charlie, we need to be very careful. Everybody's happy, writing this, writing that. Whoa, no, we sometimes I don't know how we think. Sorry to say.
No, but
very
Elvis, cool on. See,
yeah.
you know, go fit gauge how people they feel. You understand? You know, go fit gauge people their feelings. People are entitled to whatever they want to say. If I pay $8,000 for a table and I go to an event and I get this thing in return, you know, go fit tell me say I for not come and vent my spleen on social. That is never done.
Bro, you be like, you get me wrong.
I know they get you wrong, but you see, what I'm trying to say is, generally, you know, go to gauge how people they react to things. You understand? Whether you like, this has been part of the culture. People will criticize. People will make fun out of it. People will create memes. It doesn't mean people are not going to attend concert. But at the end of the day, what we are listen, we are in as much as you are preaching, say we for safeguard, you know, the tourism space, the way we have been able to build this thing, we for not make it lose that. No. You know, they mean say we for accept subpar and mediocrity.
Yeah. Facts.
You understand where I'm coming from? So
Well,
if people want to vent, let them vent. Someone went there, then bust in phone and things. Make the person keep quiet. Nah, bro. Make the person talk.
No. It be like, what did you talk at the bar? I be like, it's about point. You don't get up.
Continue.
See, if you study, you study some boys, most of the boys, they just the right. If like see them, they don't go there at all. But they just the right. Try some things. I say, Niachi say, Wizkid, you don't go feel the place. But make you put that one self aside. Me, my point, we now they try and make to be say, I feel say now Wizkid forget at least, it no be Wizkid self, the organizers, you know, forget at least one artist or two artists will get huge fan base for this country inside. One, if you no be Sarkodie self, it be Wale. Because these people, if you put them on your shows, you foresee say you go get free hype from them fan base. If Sarkodie did top, Sark Nation, go all out from Facebook to Twitter. Yes, that one there you go get them. So me, I blame the promoters, the organizers. I feel they didn't use the right channel. We Wizkid to that attitude of every time they can just that's you know them for
Elvis, your internet they mess up. Really? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can actually.
Yeah, we can. I think it's
Charlie, your internet they toss us.
Charlie. Hello.
Nah.
Hello.
Okay,
Charlie,
you talk big guy.
Hello.
Talk.
If you okay?
Yeah.
So now the feel sometimes into the way into do they promoting shows in some way. It be like say every time they want lay low, make people they do the job. Oh no, so fan kakra. That's in the day about too much.
No, but Elvis, that is his brand, and it has been working for him in all of the other shows that he has played.
Exactly. All the big places that he sold out and all that. You can check his timeline on Instagram, wherever. He's always like this laid back, chilled person. Half the time is the promoters doing the thing, and then big ways like he comes in with the whole big ways branding, whatever, and then it like it sells. It works for him all the time. So Charlie, this one they actually
and also based on contracts. You don't know what the contracts had demanded.
But what I'm just trying to say is sometimes to the location factors. This is Africa. This is Ghana
market.
This is Ghana market. Sometimes the way we see some things, no be how the way this when our people in the diaspora they see them. This is Africa. They want to see the artist. They want to see something from the artist. Just going see it has been our tradition. You need to go on a TV station, radio station to just do something. So at least he should have.
But Elvis, we are not privy to the content we did the contract inside. I'm not sure this was part of the contract.
Yeah,
so
that one I know.
Yeah, but you don't go for some. That is the thing.
Oh, that one I go for some. Me, I just I talk my mind. Me, I know.
I know, but at the end of the day, that is not realistic. It's not practical. He's not going to do it. And so you as an event organizer, you know you are booking Wizkid for a show, and you know it comes with this kind of package. Over 90% of the job, no stage, no deliver. So if you don't get the fundamentals right, bro, forget it.
But my point we I make about say like at least if we get some artists we get some core or huge fan base be something like this Sarkodie and Shatawale them no.
That one they make sense. Yeah, that one they make sense.
It makes sense, but Kojo, also in terms of fans, if you are booking Wizkid for your show, you don't even want to assume the amount, but we know the shows he plays, and you know the audience that comes with him as a person, not followers, like as a person for him to perform. Looking at the amount he might have taken them, Charlie, getting Sarkodie's stone or shatter on. What that already, guys, see, these organizers, they have lost. See, even though fans are also complaining, the organizers they have lost money from the billboards they did, from the stage setup they did. Let's not play as if they cashed out. I see a lot of tweets about they've cashed out. No, they've not cashed out. Honestly, they've also lost a lot. Because imagine doing all those ticket prices, all those table prices, and the people that you expected to come are not showing up. They are not buying your 8,000 tables and whatnot. If you had estimated 40,000 for a stadium and you couldn't fill just the pack of it, you've made huge losses, and all the money you have spent on promotion, influencer marketing, and all of that did not yield results.
Even the stage,
So,
you all don't know
they've lost massively.
Yeah,
Logistics, staff, people that work. So they've also lost. They've not cashed out. When I see the cash out, I'm like, no, you don't book Wizkid for probably the amount that you might have paid to book him and not get the numbers and then say you've cashed out. That's
Anyway,
why they
there's
probably
a
even
breaking
didn't
news
get
right now.
the drinks. Okay.
There's a breaking news. It's like the event organizers have issued a communique to refund all patrons' money to them. So let's look forward to that.
Wait, as in everybody.
Yeah, that's what they've issued on their Instagram page.
They confirm now free ticket to they get refund.
So they are asking the patrons to send their
Kojo, the free tickets some of our can buy.
You understand? That is what I'm asking, bro. They spent money, so are they also
So Sheldon, this means that Wizkid have refunded the money to them. This means that Wizkid has refunded the money to them.
Me, my point we now they make though. So if Wizkid is taking such a huge amount of money, so it means they can't pay Shatter or Sako there for saying not same, but also huge. I feel say maybe
it's based on their budget, Elvis. It's based on their budget. And like I said initially, if they had done an audience research and the market research, they would have understood that they need these people. So it all boils down back to the organizers. If they had done proper research, they would have come to the understanding that they need these people. And once they, even if they realized they needed them, they might probably had not had the funds to get them on. And they were able to get on the people that they could get on, the Asaka people and whatnot that were in their budget. So they went for people that were in their budget.
Elvis, one thing you should understand is that one thing you should understand is
thank
that
you.
Every event organizer wants profit. That's the purpose of it's a business, right? You should understand that. So you can't tell him to bring Sako there or because he wants to maximize profits. And he thought that Wizkid is a big brand. And he thought Wizkid could fill it was an assumption that he created. We shouldn't say that they are stupid. He had the plan. He wanted to edit. It didn't work. The fact it didn't work doesn't mean that they are stupid. No. Sometimes you should understand that business is about risk. They took a risk and it didn't work out. Doesn't mean that they are stupid or they are. No. It was a risk that they took. They thought that Wizkid is a big brand and Wizkid can fill the stadium. And people are saying that the choice of the stadium is very bad. Let me tell you something. In Ghana here, we are all in Ghana here. People have sent their shoes to Accra conference center and it was overcrowded and the place was hot. And we ourselves blamed them for taking the inner. It was too small. Now they are thinking big and taking to the stadiums. We are also saying that it is too big. Let's forget about it's too big or it's too small. Fun and fa. The fact I'm fan and say ubi a Jimmy. If we are sitting I need Yamawa. Ubi any nyansa say that's how life is. But we should
nobody's calling them fools or nobody's saying they are stupid though.
No, you made a comment that it has happened with Cardi B and everything. And I'm saying that everybody has a plan. Every event organizer, they have board members. It's a business. They involve money. They take risk. Life is about risk. So we should understand that they took a risk that they thought the place could be full. That's what they are doing.
Daniel, what was that risk based on? Or on what research on
what research?
Exactly.
Okay.
I made that.
Okay, let me answer your question.
Hold on.
Let me answer your question.
Let me finish. I made that statements because these are things that had actually happened. These other event organizers for these GT concerts, Cardi concerts, and whatnot. See, we're here when Akon came some years ago. I think I don't remember the date exactly. It was a Guinness concert with P Square.
Yeah,
They were
Guinness
able to
eruption.
fill the stadium. They were able to, because as at that time, based on their research, then they knew that they could pull that number of people. But when you are looking at today's Ghana economy and whatnot, if you do research based on those things,
Lots
you
of
would
factors
know that
already playing
the
against you.
prices you are even pricing your ticket and the location, in fact, into car say they are stupid for selecting the stadium. No. All I'm saying is if they had done proper research, they would have known that in these times, the audience that they are targeting cannot afford the things that they want to get and place them where they want to place them to be able to get a full audience for Wizkid. Also, they selected Wizkid, let's be honest. There's been a lot of conversation on Nigerian Twitter about how Burna Boy is filling out stadium, how Davido is filling out stadium, how Wizkid is filling out event centers. So the idea probably for the event organizers is to be able to replicate that for Wizkid in Ghana. He's also promoting his new album. So obviously they made a lot of, assumptions and whatnot. But if you had done proper research, then you would have known that these actions you were taking were not going to be fruitful. That is all I'm saying.
Wait. So the statement the event people issued, no, they said that Wizkid breached his contractual obligation. So they are saying that he breached the contract that that was signed. So I don't know which part of the contract was breached, but then that is what they are saying. So they
I think
blame him.
obviously the performance, like you,
The
at
fact that
least
he
at
didn't
no point that we
perform.
could read between the lines and say the performance he was supposed to come and perform, he didn't perform. So
He
that's a
didn't
breach of
perform.
that's
He
a
didn't
breach of
perform.
that's a
One
breach of
an
contract.
audience, you should perform, even if it is 2 songs. Give the people
Yeah,
that came for you. Let them take their videos and snaps. And this
that's
December,
the painful part.
they
Though
met
that's the painful part.
they met their favorite artists. Even if it is 2, when you go, people would forget the fact that the stadium was not full, and they'll focus on the fact that Wizkid came, but he didn't perform for long. It would have been that conversation now.
Yeah,
Guys,
So
what you are saying is true. What you are
think
saying is true.
he's
It goes
way.
down to what I told Sheldon in the beginning that Wizkid will post a picture tomorrow smoking his weed. He doesn't care. I told Sheldon about this. Wizkid will post a picture. He'll even talk about this. He'll post a picture
I
tomorrow.
really agree with Daniel, what you are
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Facts,
Because
bro.
That's
people
his
are saying,
That
MO.
guy doesn't care about anything,
yeah,
bro.
and that's his attitude. That's how Wizkid is. And people are saying he didn't go for radio. Have you ever seen Wizkid go for radio tour for a show before? It never happens. He doesn't do that. He feels like he's Wizkid recently. Have you followed culture? I know you have followed the rapper battle thing. Can you imagine that Wizkid disrespected people like MI? Do you think that Wizkid cares about Ghanaians? Wizkid doesn't care about anybody. He comments about things like
so you
Wizkid
see,
is Wizkid.
Daniel. You see these things that we talk
I'm
about.
listening.
But he doesn't. You see, these are the things that bring up all of these things. First of all, I've actually been listening and then noticed some points from everybody. I think you're all making sense. But you see, first of all, there should be standards. There should be standards to everything in this country. Who is responsible
Yeah,
for
most
this?
definitely.
Yeah, we just can't say, Wizkid, yes, I not say so, leave. No, there should be standards. He did, he did the same thing last summer in Amsterdam. He was sued.
Yes. It's true.
Yes, he was sued. You can't do that, And he did the same thing last year, December, at Afrochala.
And
He came
funny
at
enough,
2 a.m.
Ken Promise has this attitude coming. He's following that attitude. Ken Promise is
It's the
doing the
same
same thing.
squad. King
That's a
Promise are to
vibe.
be. You
Yeah,
see that squad?
Charlie, life there. Money come your
You see
side. I
that
be
squad?
normal.
King
It
Promise
be
are
normal.
to be. I don't know what is with them. Look at our to be. Look at like our to look at them today. It's that same squad. Why?
Then no can promise I catch you straight bullet. Oh Charlie.
No, almost yeah. So we should talk
Straight,
about it.
pan.
And there should be that
Okay,
standard
promise.
to Oh, I mean, serious. There should be that standard to regulate these things. Last year, December, Wizkid did the same thing at Afrochala. You see, the whole issue about the fact that the place was empty and not Afrochala was packed. The guy came at 2 a.m. And all he did, came at 2 a.m. and even called artists who had already performed. Jackie and King Promise and Joey B. Those guys had performed hours before. Called them on stage to perform again, and then he just left. If you were at Afrochala last year, I'm sure you noticed this. First
Very,
of all,
very true. Very, very true.
True.
you see,
You see, first of all, there should be standards to these things. Number one, which economy are we living inside? You see, mostly we look at things, just at the surface, and we forget our real situation. That in an economy, what brings money to the economy is what the government have got their eyes on. So the government will have their eyes on whatever. Are these events bringing money to government or to our economy? It's not. It's just individuals running, trying to run things and then being greedy about
No,
it.
Louis,
That's
it
number
does
two.
bring
How does it bring
That's
money?
not true though. That's
government
not true. I'm not sure that you
Oh,
really.
tax and the stadium will be rented. Government will get money.
Yeah, because it's taxes. People pay taxes, and
Yeah, tax,
people.
and
Okay.
even the stadium is for
Yeah.
the
Because
government.
even the
because
people
No.
that
Now
work,
listen.
there is
Now listen to something.
employment on
This is
for
the
the
funny part. Now
tourism
listen to
tourism
something.
is a source of money. I mean, like
No,
tourism
no,
brings
no,
a lot of
no,
money.
no, no. Listen to something. You see, you know why government invested in what's name a global citizen? Because there were direct monies to government. Number one. When you talk about renting the stadium and all that, you see, renting these things doesn't necessarily bring government money. When there are taxes involved, yes. How do we regulate taxes with ticketing in Ghana? How? Picture you going to buy things in the shop and then check your ticket. You see VAT, NHIL, Get Fan. Do you see that on your ticket? It's not. Number two, my second point is this. The greediness in Ghana is too much. December in Ghana could have been a very fantastic thing. But greediness, look at the prices of tickets, look at the price of goods and services during December. It's too much for this economy. And you see now the whole focus has been on the diaspora because they are holding dollar. You see? And so honestly, most of these events don't target us in this country. If you have noticed, they target the diaspora. Afrochala and Co target the diaspora. Their ticket was $200, $400 was when they launched it. For this year. But here they've actually reduced about 200 cities. I don't know how true that is. But you see, so that's how they target people. When things are being run like this, people here cannot afford it. And I heard Jackie making a point about the current situation and that they should have done research. I think she's right. Honestly, Sarkodie has single-handedly sold out that stadium, if you guys remember, for his album. I don't know which year it is, but I think it was for Wapaholic. One album like that. He sold out the whole stadium. How much was he charging? How much was he charging?
How much
Think
was he
about that.
charging? Yeah.
Think about that.
exactly.
Think
It
about that.
wasn't
And what
as
time
much
was
as
it?
this.
Which year was that? I feel like
Mhm.
sometimes I feel all the venting, but sometimes I feel like you guys are speaking from an emotional point of view. I feel like facts are always sacred. I mean, like I see what you're saying, but like what you're saying is really subjective, and I feel like we should also like stick to the facts. I've seen Wizkid like numerous times, and he sold out
Yes,
extremely.
yes.
But I feel like first
You've
of all,
seen Whiskey do what? You've seen Whiskey
I
do what?
I've
Fill
seen him
stadium.
perform. Like I saw him this year in summer, and it was really sold out. And
Oh yes.
but what I'm
Mhm.
trying to say is like I don't really know about Ghanaians. Like I don't know if he has a strong fan base in Ghana.
Oh, he does.
He-
He
he-
does. He
for
does.
sure.
He does.
He does.
He does. He
Okay,
does have a strong fan base here for sure.
very very strong fan base in Ghana. Yes, but
Extremely,
not now.
extremely
Since
strong.
2009, 2010. Not
Okay,
now.
okay, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Oh, no. Yes. In fact, he has had it here for so many years. He does.
Yes, so many years. Not now.
No,
But
you
the point
understand?
is like I feel like the organizers of this event like they kind of overestimated the whole issue and the whole situation, and like we said, we don't really know what was said or what the contract was about. So I feel like we need to like we are always like too quick with our judgments, like always
Great.
pointing
No,
fingers
bro,
at
yes,
people.
bro. You see, what we are talking
So
about now, yeah, what we are talking about now is to be able to look at what our issue is, because until these issues are resolved, we will keep having these problems every time. What is
yeah,
our
but
issue?
it's also part of the globalization. Like, come on, Ghana sees. I mean, like Ghana always like there are like 10,000 festivals in Ghana in a year,
Yeah,
and
but
I feel like
you see,
everyone.
all those things that we claim to have, that December in Ghana and all that, in reality, look, most of these things are fallacies. Because last year, which show went on? If you take Afrochala, which other show was successful last year? All these things are fallacies. We need to come down to our problems.
Post-COVID.
So that one, I don't
Exactly.
post-COVID.
Exactly.
No,
But
it was COVID, but still the show sold out. Still, it was
I
big.
know.
Afrochala last year was
That's why
bigger
just
than.
a few shows. Just
but it
this
was
year.
just a few shows. It wasn't like
Yes, it was just a
every
few
single
shows.
show
Yeah.
that
Just a
put
few
out for
shows.
December
This
sold out.
year. Let me tell you,
Was
this year shows are going to be sold out.
Forget about you people are saying the economic crisis. People have money. What are you saying? Whiskey show the fan and fantia. Fan and fan.
Wait,
No, we come
let
to
me
say
finish, please.
and I go for
bro.
this car. Go for
Let
this
me
car.
finish.
No. We'll see. No.
Fan and fan.
We'll see. No,
Can I
bro.
Fan and fan.
can I add something to
Bro,
it, please?
show
I
so
wasn't done.
see. No, I'm coming.
You just let me finish. I just want
Yeah,
to say
let me
something
just
before you
put
continue.
across my last point, then you can continue, please. My last point is what I think personally. What I think our issue is with this, and it's not just events. With every other thing, is I think intelligence. So, for instance, with events like this, who has that intelligence to build like a production? You see, it's funny, but what Global Citizen did, it wasn't anything. It was just the guys who were so intelligent and knew what they were doing. You know, funny enough, most of the equipment and then the OB van and thing they used were actually rented here. They are here. They are owned by Ghanaians. But look at the results they made out of those things. Meanwhile, Ghanaians own them, and they are not even using it. I think our problem,
It's
But,
our
not just
major
Ghanaians,
about
problem,
Louis,
ownership.
Ghanaians also worked on Global Citizen.
Exactly.
Actually, the people that actually even manned a lot of the things that was done on the ground, would you question them? They were Ghanaians. So yeah,
And the investment,
intelligence, we have them.
the
It is just
investment,
finding the right people to work with.
apart from getting the right,
it
you can
is
get the right
finding the
people.
right
Are you going
people.
to pay for them?
It's actually trying to get intelligent people who know the thing, who know how to do it. In Ghana here, look, among us the youth, it's just all talk. This one is this one is this hype. Right now, social media is just hype. It's just hype for anything. Then you give him the job and then he flops.
Wait, how
These event
about
organizers that came
Ah,
today.
wait. So, Louis, are you blaming us? But we are not the event organizers. So,
No. I'm not blaming you.
Bro,
I'm
we
not.
didn't
I'm not
organize
blaming
the
you,
show,
Kojo,
bro.
exactly. No, I'm talking about
Bro,
this. No, these event organizers that did this show, where are they from? What's their track record? Which events have they done? You
we
see,
don't know.
no?
exactly.
Thing is,
Yeah, but
That's
are
the
you ready?
what
Are
else?
you ready to pay for the people who have the skills to do what you want to do?
exactly.
Exactly. That
Then
is the
all of your
question.
Exactly.
relationships in
Exactly.
Ghana, you
That's the
must
question.
go. Somebody will go DM Sheldon right now, tell him, say, bro, I support your career since you start. So I beg, I can't do something. You could just try pass through for me. The person he will reach
Yes.
there, then he wants him to do like a full empty gig or something. Meanwhile, they're not ready to pay for that. Global Citizen
Research,
bro.
you know.
So
heavily invested.
until we do that, we should just take these results that we get. If you think we can't pay whoever is the expert or the intelligent person to do it, and we can pay other people to do less of the job, then we should expect the results that we get.
No, but I
It's
feel
as
like
simple as that, bro.
it's not really about intelligence. Like, I heard someone saying earlier on that Wizkid is like he's arrogant and he should have performed. But you guys, come on, Wizkid is an international brand.
Oh,
This guy
bro.
has sold out the O2 Arena how many times? I don't even know. And you guys
Two different
expect him.
countries, bro. Two
Yeah,
different
but
countries, two
and I'm
different
saying it's like
audiences, two different economies.
exactly. So I mean, like
But
I feel the
but
organizer,
hold
like
on,
I
no.
said,
Kojo,
Oh,
Kojo.
Louis, let him land
No, I'm
there.
coming. No. I want to ask Sheldon something. Sheldon, have
all
you
right,
realized?
all right,
I
all
don't know
right.
if all of you have realized. Do you realize these Niger artists don't even sell out in Niger like that?
I might
Have
have
you
to
realized
come in
that?
for that. I might come in.
Please.
Hey.
I might have to come in there.
Boss, what are you saying?
I might have to come in there. Good
Can
morning,
you?
everybody.
Oh, can you show us a show that they sold out in like some
Um,
stadium like that in Niger?
okay,
If
so
you
we
are
don't
talking about stadiums,
In
we are
Nigeria
talking
we don't
about
do
shoes.
we
No.
don't do
Yes, Niger.
stadiums in
Yes.
Nigeria. We don't
One
do
thing you should
stadiums.
understand is that
They don't make money in Niger like they make in Europe and the
Louis.
US, where you
everywhere in
see
the world,
cities.
that's
Stadiums
how
in
it is.
Nigeria.
Hey,
Even in America,
Stadiums
Justin
don't
Bieber
make
makes more
oh,
sense.
you
money
know they
in
get
Europe
anything
than
again, no. Oh, make one person talk.
Can I just give you a quick rundown from
Yeah,
Nigeria?
boss. Oyinda
Okay,
beg talk.
exactly. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. My name is Oyinda. So quickly, shout out to everybody and shout out to you for putting this together. One thing, please, if you are talking, please just use English. And when you are switching to Ghanaian language, I beg, they confuse us, please. Thank you. Yeah.
No
Okay,
problem.
so quickly,
No
for
problem.
Nigeria, we don't use stadium. We just use event centers. We use hotels, eco hotels.
Very good.
You
Very
understand?
good.
Eco Atlantic,
Very good.
5,000. At the beach, I mean, you can do 5,000 to 10,000. Perfect.
Very good.
However, this is my own take on
Thank
everything
you,
that is
Oyinka.
happening. Everything that is happening to Wizkid over there. The thing is, Africans or entertainers in this part of the world, music promoters, they still do not. There are some things that they don't get right. If all these are our
Right.
guys, Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, and the top guys,
Why
Savage. Sorry, Tiwa Savage. If any one of them wants to have an event in the UK, in the US, wherever in the West, they will be there before that day, and they'll be doing radio tours, radio rounds.
Very good.
You understand? We do not do this in Africa. We just bring these people in. I mean, even if Jay-Z is coming down to Nigeria, he will be doing radio tours. He will go to Beat FM. He will go to all those stations on the island. But did that happen in Ghana for Wizkid? See, you don't be. I know that there are Ghana Wizkid FC everywhere in the world and all that, but still, promotion is key. I don't know what the agreement says, but in your agreement as an event promoter, you should be able to put it that the event, this artist must be on ground 2-3 days before, and these are the promotional things that he should do. Not only put out a tweet a night before that Ghana, Accra Ghana Stadium tonight or something. No, it shouldn't work that way. See, this is business. I don't know how people are handling business over there. This is real business. I mean, we know that Nigerian artists can be very stubborn. We heard of Kiss Daniel. He said he forgot his chain. That's why he didn't perform in Tanzania or something. Yeah. I mean, we have some crazy guys like that. But then, as an event promoter, it is a business for you. It is business for you. In your contracts, everything should be written. These guys will not go to the... I mean, you can't bring Burna Boy to come and perform in O2 or any other magnificent...
And then they will mess up like that. They can't do it.
Like this. They won't do it. Why?
Exactly.
Aside the money that's been paid to them, the agreement is tight. These people know what they are dealing with. But when it comes to Africa, we just do it as my brother, my people, and my cousin. No, it shouldn't be. Business is business, irrespective of who is organizing the event. See, also, you don't need to know the organizers. All you need to know is somebody is bringing Wizkid down to Ghana. Somebody is bringing Sarkodie down to Nigeria. And we just go all out. Now, also, on the price of tickets, I do not know how much that ticket cost over there in Ghana. But in Nigeria, Ashake, our new pop sensation, is doing a ticket for 70,000 naira. And I can guarantee you that people will still buy the ticket. Yeah, there's no money, there's nothing. 1,000. Okay, so official rate for dollar right now, for that 70K is like $200. The unofficial rate, the black market, is like $100. Whichever way, it is way too much.
Bro, there's 70,000 naira for VIP or regular.
It's not VIP, it's just standing. You just stand.
Almost 2,000 Ghana.
So that is madness. But then people will still go. People will still go and have fun. People just see December is packed when it comes to Africa and Nigeria and West Africa, whatever. December is packed. Why? Because we do not have mini concert centers in Africa like that. You see, in the West, once they release their album, they will start touring all the states in the West. What are they doing? What is the capacity of all these venues? 1,500, 2,000, 5,000. And they'll be going all around. But in Africa, in West Africa, in Nigeria that I am, we don't have that. Everybody will wait till December. And everybody wants to do dirty December. So they really do not care about you guys in the country. They care about all this. I just got back guys from the UK, from the US. I just want to come and spend money. You understand? People will still go out. People will still cry. I put out a tweet like 2-3 weeks ago. I think a day or 2 days before December that.
Charlie, we know they hear you. Be like your voice day down.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I said I put out a tweet like 2 or 3 days before December. I said people will still cry during this December because people will complain that artists didn't show up, artists got there late, but people will still go. It's madness. It's madness. I think Africans should just take this business seriously. There's mad money in entertainment, but I don't think we know what we are doing. I mean, Wizkid might have refunded them. That's why they want to pay back, but then they've lost already. The brand name is not there anymore. You understand? People would you might come out with another show next time and be like, oh, no, be those guys will fuck up, we no bring Wizkid. You understand? If Wizkid was on ground, that have done maybe 2 or 3 radio stations or TV stations, I mean, people will just flock the place. It's Wizkid we are talking about. People will flock, irrespective of how much you think they want to charge. I mean, that's my own brief take for now. Thank you, guys.
Can I jump in? Because Louis had been interrupting me the whole time. So is it okay when I like?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So what I was trying to say is yeah, you are right, but I feel like the problem is also with the promoters because I feel like everyone wants to be a promoter. Everyone wants to bring a big artist to the country, and that's always going to be a problem. If you take an event like Afrochella, I've never been there, but I've heard of it, and it's been a success because of the planning. It's like how you do it strategically, and nowadays everyone just say, okay, you know what? I have this feeling I'm able to fill up the Accra Sports Stadium, so let me bring in Wizkid. And like I said, Wizkid is a brand. It's not like he's not just an upcoming artist or whatever. Wizkid is a strong brand. I'm not sure he's willing to perform in front of, let's say, 200 people, you know. So these are things which are supposed to be taken into consideration. And I feel like Ghana is become very lucrative, like for the diaspora. But in order to be this Ghana we all like want to see it be, there should be like a lot of like maybe teamwork and blah 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 blah. But the selfishness, like I want to be the first to bring in Wizkid to sell out the Accra Sports Stadium. Nah, in Drew Hoye, like it takes time. I feel like it's the rush. No, I know that it might be make everything so complicated. Because I don't know, Wizkid was at our two base concert, and I feel like it was also a success. But Wizkid as an individual artist, which I said he's a very strong brand. It's sometimes we need to be careful with all these things, because now the promoter, I don't know if he's gonna be able to even organize a festival or a concert anymore, because people are not going to come. Because it's and seeing the prices, I read about the price. I don't know if it's true, but what I saw on Twitter is like they were selling tables for like $1,000 or something like that.
It was crazy, bro.
And like, considering the current economic state of Ghana, no, I don't know. I mean, like, of course, people do have money, but I don't know if you can get about 1,000 people to pay $1,000. So I feel moving forward, no, it's like there should be more. It's about time. People are too early, or more rushy too much. Like. End of the day, and not consume. So it's I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. It's sad, but I feel like you can't blame Wizkid too much for that, because at the end of the day, he also has a name to defend.
Right. I wanted to add to that. I just realized that even for the flyer for the Ghana event, there was no sponsors. There was not sponsors on it that much compared to the one he's doing in and Cotonou and whatnot. There are about 20 sponsors listed under that event that he's going to perform. And the one for Ghana, I don't think I even saw up to 5 or so. It was just something entertainment, the live hub, and one other. So it's clearly the organizers
Exactly. Yeah.
didn't just get a lot. They didn't do proper planning, like you said, strategic planning to get on grants and whatnot to make sure that they had enough funds to. So they were going to probably look for their funds out of those expensive golden circle, whatnot.
Exactly. Yeah.
And obviously that didn't work for them, because how is it that he has other events and there are like 20 sponsors listed under those events, and then this one there's literally like none. They didn't do strategic planning. They didn't get the right people on board. Someone was talking about intelligence, because if you had done all of those, you know the big brands in Ghana who are organizing events and being successful, and get these people to partner with you and make sure that you are running a show. So even if you are just bringing him, these other people will do the marketing for you. There are a lot of event marketing companies, events production companies that also have their own influencers and whatnot, and they'll be doing all of those side influencing stuff to get you people. So literally the organizers just didn't do good planning and marketing and whatnot. It's on them, honestly. I wouldn't blame Wizkid, but like I said, all I'm saying is once he was probably at the auditorium or at the stadium and he had seen people, it would have just been nice to do a set or two, basically.
Yeah, I understand. But
You see? No,
like,
I'm coming. Let me just add. Yeah, let me just hold on. Jackie, you see, it's also okay that we allow new people to come into the business, the event organizing business. But you see, getting sponsorship is very difficult in Ghana. We are in a country where companies themselves do their own events, and so they don't see why they should give you that money to go into the events. We are a country where artists themselves do their own events. You see, so I mean, look at Afrochella. What has been who has been a bigger sponsor on Afrochella since they started in 2017 or so? Nobody. They use their own money too. So
Louis, sorry, but I really don't agree with you. I mean, like, it's all like based on capitalism. I mean, like, companies, like, if you are able to make a proposal,
no,
like, no, it's true.
bro,
Believe me, this is how sponsorship works.
We've done events before. I'm
It's
telling you,
exactly
there is
true.
no which proposal. The thing is this. Back then, Tigo and Co. When we used to go to Tigo and ask for sponsor, Tigo and Co. They were doing their own events. And
That's
this whole
true.
thing
But
about who
see,
you know and all that, what will you tell them that will give them that benefit than them doing their own events?
see,
Listen, you think if
MTN
there's a
has
company ready to give them money, they won't take?
MTN has the largest number of subscribers when it comes to telecommunications in Ghana, right?
Of
Per
course.
the people they have. If they want to do their own advertisements and do their own events, recoup profits, they can do it. If
They don't
you
need
are,
They don't
an
need your
event
event.
organizer, going to them to tell them, okay, I'm putting together, say, Wizkid Live in Ghana. Okay, I want you to come and support the event. What are you giving them that they don't already have?
Yes. So they won't mind
It
you.
should be more. It should be more than an
what they can
experience.
already get.
Now, corporate, companies are not out there trying to step back and say that, okay, yes, come and tell me that I'll have 20,000 people at the stadium, and so yes, when you come, don't mind you.
Exactly.
You get it.
You see,
So
this is the state we are in, bro. Thank you. This is the state we are in. Nobody will come and give you money to do anything. Look at Afrochala and how successful they've been. There is no sponsor. Not even one.
Hey, please, so they have sponsors. So they have sponsors.
Please. Last year that they had YouTube and Instagram do an activation and all those things, I'm sure they got something. But which sponsor? Which campaign have you seen on what was the Afrochala since 2017? Can you tell us, please, Jackie?
No,
Can you tell us one?
No, my point is they do have sponsors, and even these people that you are mentioning, the money they bring in is not chicken change.
From
So
where?
they don't.
Oh, who is
you're
their
talking
sponsor?
about YouTube. You're talking about Twitter. These people partner them, and partnerships are not for free.
Just last year. It was just last year.
Afrochala.
It was just last year.
It was just last year. Afrochala has been doing this since 2017.
It was just last year. They have been doing it themselves. Gizzy, they have been doing it themselves.
Bro, they've been doing it themselves. Which company? In fact, Jackie, you checked
in Ghana,
on,
there's no
you
sponsorship.
On a
There's
live
no sponsorship.
flyer and then told us the sponsors that there was no sponsor.
But you guys, you always forget about it.
Afrochala
Like I said, Afrochala was a collective. It was a festival. It wasn't just an individual artist performing. So you can't compare both concepts. Because Afrochala was
bro,
different.
what are you talking
was
about?
completely different.
No, bro.
Bro,
No, we are not comparing shows. We are not comparing shows.
No, bro. You are missing.
It's an event.
The
As
point.
an event.
Yeah, but you guys are comparing a concept
makes the
of an
budget go up.
individual to a festival.
No, we are not. We are not. We are talking about. Listen, no, you don't get it wrong. But
we
are
what's
talking
your
about
understanding of event and a festival? What's your understanding of event and a festival?
Bro, it depends on the artist. Afrochala. No, bro.
The budget.
You need to understand the concept.
Guys, can we please have one person speak at a time so we can clearly hear what each party is saying? Thank you. Spoonie, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay,
After
thanks.
Spoonie, please go.
So, what you are trying to say is, of course, they are both events, but people go to and attend a festival based on the different kind of artists which are present. But in this case, there's just an individual who is coming, and it's different. I feel like at a festival, it's like you have different attractions, different genres, different kind of music, different artists, and I feel you can't compare both concepts. That's what, in my opinion, I mean, like it's kind of different. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, Spoon. So what I'm trying to say is that, Jackie, they are not different.
Please, when you finish, Chumesi, you go.
Okay, they are not different. It's the same thing. In fact, Afrochala would have a bigger budget than Live Nation, and I'm not sure it was only Wizkid on the bill. I saw Kim Promise, to be, so there were also other artists on it. You see, but what I'm trying to say, since 2017 till now, Afrochala has been using their own money. We don't see any big company on it. Last year, yes, we saw activations from YouTube and all that. We don't know what the deal was. It could even be free. You never know. But as far as we know, as we see on their flyers, and there are no big companies. So it is the situation in Ghana.
And honestly, with the whole year of return thing, I was actually thinking that companies, like the corporates, Ghana would take it up and also, put in something. But, they actually don't see, maybe they don't see any relevance. They don't see any benefit directly to them. And that's why they're not doing it. I mean, there are bigger events in Ghana, which has been so successful with no sponsors. Look at Chalote Festival. Have you ever seen any company on it before? So it's also okay that will open up for new
Club Beer
companies.
sponsored Chalote, bro.
Who sponsored Chalote?
Club Beer, they did. They came on board.
So you know what Club Beer was doing that time? Club Beer had deals with musicians, and they put them on shows. So maybe the Chalote concert is what you do on. If Chalote was in, let's say, US, bro, imagine how many companies will be on it. When Global Season came to Ghana, there were companies on it that do not even have anything here in Ghana. They don't have any business in Ghana, but they sponsored it to bring it here. I'm talking about that kind of sponsorship. Let's see that there was this company, there was that company.
That's why I'm saying that you need to give them more than what general.
What will you give them? MTN has how many millions? How many? 15 million people. 15 million people.
More than that. But what I'm saying is,
so normally if they have over 15 million people and they are doing their own events every Christmas, MTN has got their own events. In fact, every quarter in the year they have their own events. What are you going to tell them? I mean, what are you going to tell them that will be more beneficial to them than them putting that same money in their own events?
There are reasons why they get on board certain events, because those people give them proposals worth their money. What they are trying to tell you is, I have the market already. What do you have on your show that would give me an edge over my competitor or anything, or give me a certain kind of presence I'm not able to get? Or
bro, let me tell you something. Some years back, the way we saw.
I think, Lewis, you made enough points. Please let's allow other people also bring up points so that the conversation progresses. So, Cyril, please take over. Thank you.
Morning, guys. I've been paying attention. I was in a noisy place at the beginning. I wanted to pitch in at some points, but thanks for having me. Look, we interviewed the guys on Few Music TV, Culture Daily on Thursday, I think. We interviewed Live Hub. 2 reps were there. And just to clarify a few things, on the collaborative effort and the extent to which they went to organize it, they actually engaged a lot of the vendors and production support that was available for Global Citizen. They had Silicon House for sound and visuals. They had Rudy Kwachi's rave for the stage and the rest of the logistics. So they basically looked at the blueprint of what Global Citizen had been able to achieve with local partners and followed through that blueprint. They were proud about it. They spoke about it. It's on the stream on our page. You can check it out. So there was a conscious effort to look at Global Citizen and think, what did they do right? Which local partners did they use? Who can we reach out to and who can we replicate with? And that's what they did. To be very honest, it was very ambitious and we're all excited. Now, moving on to how things played out. Usually when events are being organized, it's in 2 tiers. There's either the event that has a value proposition that is so strong that it unifies brands. So you go to an insurance brand, a telco brand, blah, 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 and your value proposition is so strong that they decide to hop on it and say, yes, we'll support this value that you want to bring to a consumer base. Or you take the Afrochella route and you own the property until it becomes a massive property, and then you can milk the life out of it. Now, Live Hub made us aware on the interview that they have a hospitality partner, a group. They are part of a group of companies. And the hospitality partner is basically the bankroller making all this happen. So everything end to end was sorted already internally. So it's not that they didn't go out and look for sponsorship. Financially, they didn't need to. They already had a bankroller that said, how much is this thing going to cost? You want stadium, you want the biggest stage, you want Silicon House, you want Wizkid, you want whoever. Give me a number, let me write a check. So they had a partner who did that. So let's not bash them because we didn't see other logos on it traditionally, like we see MTN and everybody, one event, and then there's 100 logos at the bottom of your ticket. No, this was a different thing. They were trying to start something, grow it, own the property, and then create value for it, like Afrochella, Afro Nation, everybody else has done. Even if you look at their social media posts, they keep talking about the first in a series of, the first in a series of. So they wanted to bankroll themselves until they could hit big off the success of their events and then leverage that for money. So there's nothing wrong with their approach on both ends. I think what went wrong in my regard had to do with ticketing, because ticketing complaints started coming out all the way from the afternoon. Gates were slated to be open at 4, but ticketing concerns started coming on social media. Industry people started talking amongst themselves as far as noon yesterday. And you know how Ghana is. It's a very volatile space when it comes to event attendance. Everybody stays at home, ask their friend, check social media. Sorry, make sure that the thing is popping before he will even go and bath. That is how we are. We be fucking. It's a very unfortunate way to refer to us, but it's bad. Right. And that is also a big factor that affected them yesterday. People were watching on Snap, people were nagging, complaining on social media, making it look like it's not worthwhile. So that ripple effect is not going to end up positively for any show. If like Jesus Christ when they play stadium yesterday, safe, where people start talk say, yeah, wow, people no come safe, this so blah 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 blah. There's no way anybody will feel motivated to spend hard-earned money on tickets, transportation, shada, the stress, all that to go to a show that people are already advertising as a flop. So we also, as consumers, need to take responsibility for our role in the ecosystem. You see, every day the promoter puts the bricks together. They build the pyramid. They put the bricks together, and we are supposed to go there and create the experience. But if the first experience you, the consumer, create is negative because you want clout, you want to seem like you are ahead of the curve, you want to seem like you day house, but you know what they happen for stadium. You be who? Random accounts. All the people who were tweeting the videos and saying that the event is a flop as at 6 p.m. and all those things. You be who? Where? Why? Did you organize the show? Do you know the real issue that's happening? Why won't you shut up? Why is it your purview to promote negativity on all your social media platforms so that somebody go retweet? Oh, it be Yahweh page self as for the team flop. That 2 minutes of validation is going to cost people millions. Do they do this outside? No. We've all been exposed to what happens outside. Who does this? When we are following Burna Boy and Davido and their concerts and their tours, do we see people in the UK and in the US making a conscious effort to spew negativity and promote the small flaws of the event? This event had one notable issue that was common knowledge to everybody. Ticketing was being a problem. That doesn't mean the show go flop. Ticketing being a problem is not tantamount to the show flopping. But when you take ticketing being a problem and you pour all the fuel on it and make it become a big disaster, then people don't even want to come. And I think that's a big factor, and we do that a lot. Any show in Ghana here, people, they wait, see how social media reacts to the show, the early birds who attend, what did they do, what are they saying, before people move. And we need to stop that culture. Yankee, you buy your ticket, whether they say the show flop, the show no flop, your $100 ticket, you go day house, you go move. But Ghana, the guy one can fight for gate. Prove say he be hard guy. So we are also part of the issue. Not to say that this Wizkid thing is on the fans. That's not what I'm saying at all. A lot of things happened that led to yesterday's mishaps. But to put 99.9% on the organizer would not be fair. If the rumor is true, and I say this again, a rumor, if it is true that Wizkid has indeed refunded them, then it means he's accepted some responsibility of something. We don't know what. We are not privy to that. But for a star like Wizkid to say, take your money back, then obviously something is wrong and he feels something is wrong that he needs to do to make it right. If the organizer is saying, audience, come for your ticket money back, then obviously there's something that they don't even need the money for, that they are so upset about that they want to give you your money back. So time will tell and prove everything. But for now, those are the facts that I am aware of. And based on our interview, these people have the money to do these events on their own. They are not the kind of organizers looking for sponsors. So let's just be guided on that, and then we can continue this great session. Shall I thank Sheldon and guys?
Thanks, Cyril. Thanks for coming in with all the facts and whatnot. I mean, it sort of puts a lot into perspective, because for a lot of people that even didn't go and were on social media, we were all picking it from our understanding of other events we had been to. So thanks for bringing in all the facts. Okay, so we can move on. Cripsy wanted to. So Cripsy, please go ahead.
Yes. I was probably thinking, could it be that we are pricing our events, out of reach for Ghanaians specifically, because December in GH has grown to be known as it's for the diaspora. People are going to be flooding in from all over the world. They have the dollars, they have the pounds. If they come, they exchange, or they change their currencies into the local one. It's going to be huge. So there's no need for us to really think about it's 300 cities, it's 400 cities, it's 500 cities. Sorry. Again, this is a first time he's doing something of this sort, or someone is bringing him to do something like this. Other shows that are running, I know Rapaholic is charging 300 to 700 cities. Beam Concert is doing 200 to 500. I know fans of these artists who, the moment the show ends today, they start saving for the event next year, looking at the amount that was charged this year, and then they project that probably in next year it's going to be increased by 100 or 200 cities. I know Contact Nation fans who do these things. So even if the tickets come out and they are 300, 200, I remember last year, same thing was said for Sarkodie or for Rapaholic. The event, the ticket prices were very high. Who is going to go? What is going to happen? The show sold out. You get it. So if we start thinking that December in GH is not for Ghanaians, we are not going to think about Ghanaians. We are not going to think about the economy. We are not going to think about cost of living and everything and say that it's diaspora. So yes, they would come. And overly priced, especially first time shows, and not get people coming, then it should be the fault of the organizers. You said something about doing audience research. I really do not think they considered all of these things. And if Cyril is saying that they had the funding already, this could even come into play. Like, I have the money to spend. I know what to do to make my show pop. Talking about, talking to Rave, talking to the sound guys from Pache and all of those people. I have the money to make sure this is done. As to if I'm putting in this investment, then I need to recoup. That is bad. You are not considering the fact that, yes, you want to put in this kind of investment, but the people who are supposed to pay and come for the event don't have what it takes to be there. Are you still going to say that, yes, I'll just do it because I want to meet global citizen standard? Then if the show flops or you get a loss, it should be to you. It shouldn't be because of us. I'm having a lot of conspiracy theories right here thinking, so okay, ticket sales are not doing so good. And I go and tweak my website and make it look like the page is having an issue, so we are unable to do ticketing. Who knows? I realize the thing go flop. Make I just do something that can actually take the blame as against me, people saying that I couldn't sell out the show. That can be done. You understand? I will not want to fault Wizkid so much, especially, considering the last week or two and the sort of conversation that's been around him, shading artists, rappers, and all of these things. If he should come out and come and see maybe 1,000 people or 5,000 people, as against what his competitors are doing outside and doing at other places, the big ways not be big ways anymore. You turn small ways that all the clouds you pull for social media, you talk big things, you are unable to pull it off. You understand? Because your competitors are doing stuff, they are selling out, arenas and everything. And you come to Ghana, you're unable to do this. I heard something that in the stadium, when people say they've sold out, is literally like half, because you must face one side of the stadium and then they go around it like that. But it's not actually the entire stadium. Fine. Fancy Garden was able to do something like that. We've had Shatawale doing something like that. Sarkodie doing something like that. I'm sitting here thinking, is it not what we've been calling for that is actually happening? We should stop doing, hey, Nigeria, hail Nigeria, right? And, support our local, artists and all of these things. Someone has come. It looks like now the Nigerian clouds, it be just social media. Ashake came, the same thing happened. There was an issue with a show. People are on social media talking about the fact that we are listening to Nigerian music, we are doing do we just listen, or we actually want to attend their shows as much as we would attend our Ghanaian artist shows? I don't think what we say on social media is literally happening on the ground. Because if truly we do more, support aside listening to their music, streaming their songs, then that stadium should have been filled up. I'm not expecting, because see, I go to what you call it, Honeysuckle. They had their tickets kind of thing there where you can buy. They did a lot of marketing and advertising for this thing. It simply was just priced over what people could afford, especially when it's if you want to target the diaspora market. The burgers, they come from next week or this
Yes,
week side.
I'm They haven't
Come buy,
their tickets. I'm for play.
come buy, because nobody they come Ghana 10th
Oh,
December. They come
some are
here
here.
till
Some are
some are
here.
here, but how many?
Yeah, some
The
do
crunch of them that are
4 weeks thing.
pardon.
Some do the whole 4 weeks thing. So they're here.
Yeah, but if you again like
leaving.
Jackie was saying, if you look at audience, if you do audience research, you will get to find out that the majority of them you're looking for, they don't will come this time.
Yeah,
Then
15
the
fish.
traffic there from this week they go inside way, you go see traffic they start. Then burgers arrive. But till then, you don't do a show like this. Price it at 300 cedis to go and sit on the blue seat at the stadium, bro. Who they do that to?
Tickets,
No, but
300. Or we've all agreed to round it up because it's 272 or so, 275.
272.
That's a more rounding the up, Bizan.
I'm more pricing in dollars. And honestly, I just follow the marketing and all of it. We did a few promos for station and all of these things, but come on, like it's too much. From whatever I'm hearing, there was a previous space from one other person I was listening. The tickets are just way too much. December in GH the organizers should factor in Ghanaian participation. We also want to go and enjoy the show. It is December. We've had a hectic year. We want to go out and party. But if you are going to price it out of our hands because you think it's for the diaspora market, then Charlie, then what will happen? Compare this event to Rapaholic or Beam concert and say me, okay, so this is a precedent, is going to affect coming shows. These people, my fans are loyal. Then start still no be today.
Yeah, hello, can I say something, please?
I wanted to say something.
Hold on. Tilly goes and then a day goes, please.
Yeah, Crispy. So I was saying that you are saying that the tickets are a bit pricey, but Ushema actually, this year, ending of this year, shows you won't find any cheaper tickets. Even Black Hole shows tickets it's just around the same price, 250, 300 ish thereabout. Dirty Rave is making a comeback since 2019 also. As of 2019, Dirty Rave tickets was around 100 for like 100 or 150 or so, and then VIP 300 ish thereabout. Dirty Rave is coming back at 300, like as in regular tickets. But I'm on for Beko. Minim said, yeah, you are saying that the prices is high, basing it on the premise that it's a first time show. But then again, if that's the case, Black Hole Show 2 is a first time show. But I mean, it looks like it's going to be a hit.
Yeah, so two things. It's a first time show, yes, but the sort of growth Black Hole has, gone through, and the kind of fan base he has, these Gen Z people, they'll be different squad. For them to be able to go for a show that is organizing for a first time, it will happen. Again, the timing of the show, Wizkid is 10th December. I spoke about the diaspora coming. If you're thinking that you want half of the audience coming to be from outside, those people largely are going to be in Ghana, definitely around the Christmas season, the main Christmas season. So say from 18th thereabout. Any show that is played around that time, and it's been running for a while, or even if it's the first time, and the artist in question has done a proper marketing, put a strategy together that is going to target people coming from outside, definitely you're going to have some numbers coming in. But if it's your first time, put on the 10th of December for 300 Ghana or 272 or 275, whatever it was. Charlie, what will happen? Most def.
Yeah.
People they tell me say the boys go high up, go this somewhere, but I don't want to let that side.
Hey Charlie, I'm on for I'm on for
But
with your
Okay, Kwame Begu, please, you can speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think most of the things that I was coming to say has been said by Cyril. In events like this, we see sponsorship being flashed on artworks and all that. And also, no, if you look at Wizkid concerts in Europe, for instance, that the regular price is not just the same as what is being quoted in Ghana. The $50, $35, 35 euros is not just the same as 300 Ghana cedis in Ghana. That is the mistake people do. And just like the earlier speaker said, if you look at the timing, this is the time that people are actually putting in work to pick their holidays for Christmas. So this period, if you are in Europe, you'd understand this. This is the time people are actually working so that they can pick their holidays from 22nd, 23rd to travel wherever they need to go. They need to make the money now and they can travel. So if you look at Afrochella, they are very strategic. Their show starts from, I think, 26th or 23rd or something. They know the market that they are selling service to. And they know when this market will be available to patronize their service. 10th December, it was virtually for Ghana Ghana people.
Ghana
And
people
Ghana,
with the 8,000 table, though. I
yeah,
know a
yeah.
mistake.
So if you look at, I saw that thing. I was like 8,000 Ghana cedis, $8,000, and the list was $1,005, almost 20K in Ghana at this time of whatever shit we are going through. I think, yeah, the event organizer might have had his own money to do whatever, but whoever the sponsor is would have expected a rip back. You see, so nobody's going to throw money like that to it for just throwing it out like that. You understand? And I think maybe subsequent shows or subsequent event by this event organizer would know that no, maybe I needed to do a little bit more research on this event and the timing and all that before. Otherwise, because Wizkid is big, but who is going to put up almost about 50K to go and watch Wizkid? You see, and stadium events is the numbers. It's not the regular, very intimate shows that people pay high money for. Stadium event is very regular show. So make the prices very cool for people to actually be able to afford it. 300 cedis Ghana now is not a joke to many people. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's insightful. Please, anybody else wants to speak? If you're not speaking, so I can drop you and bring other speakers on. The current speakers, if anyone wants to speak, please raise your hands and go ahead. Okay, Cyril, please go ahead.
So it's a bit of a what's it called? An observation that I made, right? It's very easy for us to misconstrue statements and then carry it in the most negative light away from what is really trying to be said. In my earlier submission, nowhere were fans blamed for what happened yesterday. My statement about negative press traveling fast was an indication of what happens in our landscape. I myself wanted to go to the concert, but I started thinking about it because of all the press I was seeing and everything being negative. People weathered the challenge and went regardless. So when I speak about people posting negativity and that rippling off and becoming a bigger problem and discouraging some other people, it's not to blame the fans. There's nothing wrong with posting your snaps and your reels if that is what is happening there. All I am saying is that takes the problem and elevates it. And that is not a problem that any event organizer can handle. So a problem that was a 2/10 becomes an 8/10 simply because of the fact that we have amplified it. And that is when the event organizer loses all their ability to rein it in and salvage the situation. Every event has challenges. And when the challenges are magnified beyond your control, is when everything falls through the cracks. Off my earlier submission, people are already misquoting me, saying I'm blaming the fans. If that's your perception, then you're not paying attention. The fans are not to be blamed for what happened yesterday. But we cannot sit on this platform and say that when we continue to propel negativity, people don't learn it or see it and take decisions off it. All of us here, if we checked our friends' statuses and the event we wanted to go to was a flop or it was bad, it would affect us to make our decision. That's all I'm saying. But we don't do that for foreign acts, do we? We only do it when the acts are homegrown. That is the difference I wanted to state. We don't see that happening elsewhere. But in Ghana, it happens a lot. And we cannot be hypocrites and say we don't see that happening. It's part of festival culture. It's part of event culture. And if ours is to promote the negativity more than the positivity, must we not speak about it? And then secondly, another issue. We've had a lot of events in Ghana with lots of issues. Events with people complaining about their safety, alleged gunshots, alleged kwashe, all sorts of things. It's totally different from an event where the headliner failed to come on stage. These two things cannot be compared. So when we are addressing the issues, I think we shouldn't be blackballing it all around. We should focus on the issue we want to speak about. We're speaking about Wizkid and what happened. I've not heard one person complain about kwashe. I've not heard one person complain about their safety. I've not heard one person complain about I came back and my car was broken into. So as much as those are all also issues we face at other events, let us give the roses where the roses are due and let's crap on them where we need to crap on them. Because for me, going to a show where I enjoy myself and coming back to a car that's been robbed is not a good night. If I had to choose that and a show where my car and my safety was intact, but the artist didn't come, I would choose the latter. So let's just be guided and be honest. I believe that these spaces are here for us to be honest, not to take judgment and not to bash each other and get skewed off the main topic. Yesterday's event was a flop. We are here talking about why it happened. To neglect any factor would be to be hypocritic, and I'm not a hypocrite. So when I say anything, take the issue at the factual nature of it and don't get emotional about it. I just want us to stay on track, and I just wanted to make that submission again, and I'm still on the spaces. Thanks.
Thank you, Cyril. Again, guys, we all know what happened. We all saw what happened. This space, like Cyril said, is just to tease out the things of what we feel could have been done better, what we feel could have gone well or could have been handled differently. And also people that were there expressing and sharing their experiences. So please do not take it out of context. We are not judging Wizkid, we are not judging the event organizer. We paid literally zero in its planning and its organizing. But as audiences, we're just having a discussion so that going forward, when we're going to subsequent events, we know the standards and what we are looking out for. Sure. So Daniel can go. Kojo Sheldon, I don't know if you're there, but please accept new people to speak. Because I've dropped a few people, because there are people in my DMs who want to speak. So kindly accept others on. So Daniel can go, then after Daniel, Kripsky can go.
So, as we were saying, the event organizers are not to be blamed alone. Everybody had a part to play. The artists had a part to play. We the fans had a part to play. So, as Cyril said, I go with Cyril that next time everybody has to play his part. And if everybody plays his part, I think that have better shows in Ghana.
Daniel, you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So Cyril, on the lighter note, if I don't have a car and I go to the stadium and the artist doesn't come, for me the battery will be that the artist didn't come, not the fact that my car was broke. Because I don't get cars.
That's a fact. That's a fact, bro. And I agree with you. But but what I wanted to say is that this spaces wasn't organized today to discuss robberies. This spaces wasn't organized today to discuss stampede. This space wasn't organized today to discuss cars that were broken into. It was organized to discuss the failure of the headliner to appear and the disorganization of what should have been a successful event.
True. You said something about the fact that so people are home because of the Ghanaian attitude. They want to see what's going on at the event before they probably go take their bath and go for the show. I feel that a lot of organizers or events people are concerned about media partnership pre-event. So we put out the hype, there's publicity and all of these things. But on the day of the event, and sometimes post-event publicity, we don't have things like that in our country here. So you find that and negativity sells faster than positivity. So you find that people are posting, okay, there are 500 people here. The show is this, the show is that. The main organizers of the show, using the platforms they used pre the show to advertise or publicize about the event, don't do same during the event and sometimes post the event. So when and you find that back in the day, artists will come and say that media is giving them bad press about their event, media is doing this, media is doing that, simply because on the day of the event, apart from those who live stream, and this live streaming thing started basically like less than 5 years ago for a lot of the shows, they don't put out good content for people to consume and understand that from what we are producing, this show was good or this show is going well. On the main day of the event, 7 p.m., 6 p.m., Live Hub or any media partner, you are not seeing any sort of update that will show that the show is going well. You are still, we are indulging you to come over, come and have a good time and all of these things. It is people, especially for, people who are against this Wizkid FC thing, which is also another issue we don't even want to start. They'll post things that will discourage other people from coming, because obviously they don't want you to be there for the artist or for your artist to be hailed as one big guy on all of these things. They are home. They haven't gone anywhere. They get one snap, one video from someone's handle who is actually there, and they blast it across like they are the event and make it look like the event is not going on, simply because I'm not a Wizkid stan, so yeah, the show must flop. It's another conversation we are here to have about artist rivalry, the fans, and all of these things. Because I feel like if truly you are organizing an event from the event organizer perspective, and people want to soil the event by putting out bad press, you, the owner of the show that is going on, you are producing the show, should put out your side, put out stuff that's going to make people believe that, this is not what is happening, and this is actually what's on the ground. Because I would rather believe a Live Hub, Instagram handle putting out updates of the show than believe Kojo Menu sitting somewhere posting about the show saying it's not going on well. It is the person who is organizing the event, their media partners, people who are actually involved in the event, putting out live updates. People forget this thing. Live updates are an essential part of events as it is going on for people who are not even there to want to participate in it. If you do pre-event publicity and on the main day you ignore the show, then definitely bad press is what you're going to get coming out.
100%, because I agree that then you take the conversation and you control the conversation, so
Exactly.
it drowns out the negativity. And this was so evident in the Cardi B concert, because at the Cardi B concert there were like big artists performing, there were shows going on, but because the people there were showing just the empty stands and the people throwing water, people actually thought it was like so much a flop that Cardi B was not even going to perform at all. But then eventually when she did come on, everyone was like, oh yeah, she finally performed, she was in Ghana. And then the whole buzz about, oh, the stadium was not filled up, died, and it was just at the end that she performed. So I totally agree with
because I honestly don't believe Global Citizen Festival was 100% perfect. If you tell me that, I don't believe that thing, because we are human beings. But they controlled the narrative. They controlled how the story about the event will go out, and they got it successful. So everybody is hailing Global Citizen, not because someone didn't tweet something bad about it, but the press about it from the organizers of the event and the partners of the event put out a conversation that you cannot bring your 3CD band or whatever they call it these days to come and make the event look like it was trash. No.
Yeah. Agreed. That's where comms and public relations come in play. Very important for event organizers to consider all of that. So Victor is going to go, and then after Victor would have Kwame give his last comments, and then we'll go to me.
Good morning, guys. I hope everyone is fine. I just have a few thoughts to share because I thought Cyril was responding to a tweet I made in response to what he said. I feel, look, it's almost disingenuous to attempt to blame this on the patrons of that show because at the end of the day, I have bought tickets. People have paid north of $1,000 to go and watch that show. If I get there and I don't get a seat, I will talk about it. I will express my frustrations. No one can control the medium in which I choose to express those disappointments. If someone even paid one CD and that was the accepted rate and they went there to share their view or their frustrations about what they were experiencing, I don't think you can turn around and sort of mention them as part of what went wrong because you invariably will be suggesting that they are at fault for what has happened. At the end of the day, they paid because they were promised a particular service. If that service is not being provided, they will talk about it. What you do is that you eliminate even that possibility of someone having to go and lie that they are the concert and it has not started, or the artists are not performing, or for about 30 minutes, it is just the DJ trying to keep the patrons active and excited. Those are real experiences that people will share. And at the end of the day, for me, that sits at the core or that sits at the heart of everything else that happened at that concert. I couldn't go. My colleagues went there. My friends went there. And when I speak to them, it is the same narrative. So yes, there's every chance that some of these things can be exaggerated, but I don't think you can invalidate people's experiences by suggesting that what they said on social media contributed to a bad narrative out there. It is not
Bro,
something
if
that
you don't mind, just before you,
if I could
okay,
conclude so you can
you
hear.
conclude.
It's not something that you do. Number two, when you decide to organize this event, you owe it to yourself and to the people that have paid money to come that you protect the product so that at the end of the day, your investments, their investments are able to more or less deliver what both of you want. So, and I'm in this media space, Cyril, you are. I'm sure there are other people here who are into media and communications just like us. What you do is that you have a plan to combat whatever narrative that is there. And I like the fact that the two other speakers before me indicated that there should have been a need to control the narrative. There was nothing like that. Because look, people are going to take short videos of something that is happening and blow it out of proportion, exaggerate it. But if you stay ahead of the narrative, if you keep informing the world that this is what we are doing at this point, this is what is happening, then you are able to kill off any cynical attempts on social media, wherever, right, about whether or not, because at the end of the day, for someone who wanted to come to the show, there are two things they are looking for. I don't think at 3 p.m. anyone is bothered about Kwashe or any of that. That's in broad daylight. We know Accra, but I don't think it's that terrible to the point where at 3 p.m. people are being robbed at gunpoint and the like. No. In that time of the day, the interest of the people is, has the show started? Are the artists performing? What is the vibe in this place like? And let's be real, I would not pay $8,000 or $5,000 and say that because of a tweet that the show know the pap, I'll stay at home. Then I must be very rich and profligate to be able to part with that kind of money and say that because of one person's tweet, I'm not going to go. When I can actually go there and then verify for myself. So for me, I think that, look, the reality of this is there was supposed to be a show that starts at a certain time. People, when they're expecting the show to start, after several hours, they did not get the vibe that this is going to happen. They did not get the impression that even if it starts, even if Wizkid shows up, they are going to get value for their money. I mean, how do I go and stay at the Accra Sports Stadium for 10 hours, for 12 hours, waiting for Wizkid? He doesn't show up. And then later I get told that, because some Aku from Sakumono or Kwame from Cape Coast came to the sports stadium and put out some reckless tweets, he is at fault, or he contributed to the situation where people felt that they didn't have to come. I'm sorry, but anyone who paid their money would show up to come and watch that concert. And you see, there was a bit that you mentioned earlier about the tickets and the fact that people would not buy tickets and they would wait until midday. We have organized events before. If you hold such a concert and on the midday of that show, the day of the show, you have not sold your tickets, sorry, but you're fucked. And that's on you. You're not going to be able to blame anyone. That's on you. If let's assume without admitting that people play dirty with this, people play their games in the days leading up to the events, and you could not, for whatever reason, address those issues to the point where on the midday of the event, you have not sold your tickets. That's on you. That's on you. So it's not something that I'm going to entertain or. And yes, I'm going to take an entrenched position on some of these things because, look, we have seen some of these things happen before. Even on the excuse, just to conclude here, that Wizkid also did not show. And I know this wasn't said by Cyril, but I just saw a tweet that he was misinformed that people would not show up at the events and people didn't come. Wizkid knows Ghana. He has relevance connect in the industry. He has means of verifying every information he's given. And once he's in Accra, getting someone to verify the Accra Sports Stadium is not going to be difficult for him. If he didn't show up, he didn't show up. And it wasn't because some random fan posted a video. Once they are there, they will share the experiences. Even if it is water that they are buying at the Accra Sports Stadium, they would want people to see that. I did a stadium, me too, I come ball. I pay hundreds of dollars, I pay hundreds of cities to come ball. So let's situate some of these things in the right context and look at which of the conduct or the lack of saying contributed to the disgrace that happened a few hours ago. Because for every issue that you will think of, it will circle back to the organizers of the events and what they did, what they did not do to prevent whatever happened from happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. So before Cyril comes in, yes, Victor, your points are well made, and we did say in the earlier beginning that it all boils down to strategic planning. If they had done a lot of strategic planning, they would have understood some of these things and the space in which they were coming as a first-time event organizers, even though they already had their funding and they didn't need sponsorship funding. So Cyril, please, you can respond, and then we'll do Kwame and then me. Sheldon is still accepting new people, so guys, if your request is pending, please hold on. He will accept new people on.
Victor, thank you for your submission, and I agree with 99% of everything you said. I'm totally aligned, and I don't want to derail this conversation to be a side debate. My point with the fans, in my understanding, is that we are here to understand what led to the failure of yesterday's event. If somebody went there and had a bad experience and posted it, that is their right. I am in no way saying that people shouldn't post their bad experiences at events or people should go and pretend that a flopped event is jamming. That is not what I said. I said one of the factors that leads to the bad turnout is the fact that the negative news spirals out of control. So for somebody who is even at home and is undecided or still speculating whether they would come or not, the negative news reaches them first before anything else, and that also contributes to bad turnout. A gentleman led in after my contribution earlier on about post and pre-event PR, that even on the day of your event, when you are getting ready for the main act and the openers, you also need your own social media army. You also need your people on board to say that, hey, yeah, the crowd is thin, but everything is ready. Remember, so and so is coming, this is coming. You also need to do promo until the event is live and at its apex. And that the discrepancy is clear because the only news you saw yesterday on Wizkid was negative. It wasn't blogs posting negativity. It wasn't websites. It wasn't competition event organizers. It wasn't sabotage. It was fans. I am not saying the fans don't have a right to post what they want to post. Me, myself, if I went to an event and it was crap, I'm a very outspoken person. I go tear for them. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but we cannot say that that right that the fans have doesn't contribute to negatively impact the event in its holistic nature. We can't say that. Yes, you have the right to be paid as a fan or as an event goer. You have the right to go and experience the tickets you paid for, blah, blah, blah. And you can say anything you like. But know that what you say affects everybody else and the event. I'm not doing PR for anybody. I'm not doing PR for what's the name, Live Hub or Wizkid. I don't have a stake in nothing. But I am being honest and plain. There were a lot of things that fucked up yesterday. Tickets went nuts. Sound was bad. Security gates issues. People had to queue. And part of the reason why a lot of people didn't get up off their butt and come or purchase their tickets at the last minute was because negative news was flying around way too early. We cannot say that it didn't contribute to it. I am me saying it contributed to it. It's not me saying people shouldn't speak their truth. Let's not misconstrue that. That's the 1% of what you said that I don't agree with. Yes, people said negative stuff about Wizkid, the same way they've said about a million other concerts that we've had here in Ghana. We are entitled to that negativity, but let's not pretend that the negativity doesn't affect the overall outcome of the event. That's all I'm trying to say. Let's not misconstrue the two facts. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Cyril. We'll move on to other speakers. So Kwame, please go after Kwame, Ni after Ni. Austin would go, and then Zeus, Success Living would go. So Kwame, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think Cyril, with your last point, I would differ in reasoning, in the sense that events like this, you don't expect rush for tickets at the event night, during the event night. Events like this, tickets are sold days, so the event organizers would know that they've sold tickets to get the fans in the stadium. And you see, artists, brands like Wizkid and the rest are very, very conscious of numbers. Regardless of how much they've agreed to pay or to receive for the event, they are very, very conscious of numbers. How many people are you, as an event house, going to pull for that event? And these people, I know Kelvin and Co were at the stadium, even when Wizkid wasn't there. You see, they will plant their boys. They won't wait for you, the event organizer, to call and say that, oh, we have this. No, they already have their boys there. So Wizkid was getting info every single minute of the event. And also the idea of maybe people were tweeting bad. I think the event day PR was poor. That's a fact, because most of the tweets I read were from fans at the stadium, not from the event house. So somebody who is disappointed at the event, coming to experience Wizkid concert, and the event is virtually a flop, will vent his frustrations online. And I don't think that somebody who has purchased his ticket or her ticket will rely on this tweet to decide not to be at the stadium. So this issue, what kind of then cry, is virtually an event organization strategy that didn't go well. So we can't really blame the fan, because the fan, the way then you vent out, not doing and say, I'm going to snap, I'm going to be live, blah 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 blah. If it gets there and the show is not what he expected, he's going to put it out there. So we can't really blame the fan for doing what really happened. I think the blame should be on the event organizer for not controlling the PR during the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwame. We'll take Ni and then Austin and Zeus. Ni, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. So I was actually there at the event. Thankfully, I've had the opportunity to work behind the scenes of some events, and yes, there was a lot of things that did not go right, which we have clearly highlighted. But I sincerely believe Wizkid tried to come on stage. Now, this is my reason for saying that. There were other artists there personally, I saw a few, but I'm guessing they may be surprise acts on other shows this December, so I will not disclose. But they had gone through a lot of work to disguise themselves, and they were there. They hung around for a while and they left. Now, I don't think Wizkid would have sent his DJ and his MC to come if he still was not intending to come. Before they came on stage, I was sure he wouldn't come because after Ifya performed, I was hoping to see R2B's next, then Wizkid. Then hours went by and there was no Wizkid. At that point, I had a feeling he was not going to come, right? But then his DJ came and he was doing everything possible to try and hype the crowd. But people were tired, people were pissed, the Kwashe had occurred, people had been arrested. It was a mess. Even when his DJ came, people thought it was Wizkid. So they actually rushed back to go and stand in front of the stage. So people were hopeful to the dying minute, right? His DJ came, tried some Nigerian amapiano, played Nigerian songs back to back. When they realized that wasn't going well, then they actually started playing Ghanaian music, right? Now, this is where it gets tricky. If Wizkid was any of our artists, I don't think it was because of numbers he didn't come on stage. When his DJ was speaking, he kept signaling the mic. Those of us in the technical field, you'd see those signals. When the MC was on stage, they swapped mic like twice. There was a time his mic was even not working and nobody moved to him on stage to try and switch the microphone. And he had to start dancing. Only late tweeted, our talks mic went out at some point. If you have a brand, you won't come on stage with such technical difficulties. No,
Even Kiddy didn't perform at UCC because of Mike.
Exactly. And this is ways like you wouldn't. And as much as people left, people were there till the dying minutes. When his MC, like people went back on like in front of the stage, people left and came to sit down. So I believe Wizkid did everything possible to try and come on stage, but we messed up the event by far. I would even touch on the other things where there was a place where some Kwashe boys made some barricade, and then when you get there, you gave your phone and go back. But by the time the police got there, they had left shortly after some few arrests were done. I was at the show, but as a technical person, can you even believe that the gimbals were not streaming to the screens? And that was a big stage. So even when Ifya came on stage, she was performing to those at the platinum before she later found out that there's another side of the stage at the back where people. So when she came there, she was like, oh, I was back there and you guys are here. Right? The dancers who came to dance, they had to do a set to face where the majority of the people were, do another set at the right-hand side, now come to where the platinum people were to come and do freestyle dancing and a lot of X. You wouldn't put your artists on stage. Let's be serious here. You wouldn't put your artist on stage. So even from a layman's perspective, and all my technical people I was there with, majority of them left by 2 a.m. We're like, no, we are done. Because there was nothing going right. The screens, and with such things, you have those who didn't know, the 4 screens you're seeing at the top that was saying Wizkid. It was to show when there's somebody at one side of the stage where you can't see, so that everybody can see that. And that wasn't streaming. Even at the point the screens went blank. Wizkid is a very composed performer and stuff. He's not the kind to be jumping about. He's not coming to play 4 corners on that huge stage. Oh, but props to the stage. It was big. I mean, it was big. The platinum side was nice and everything. But I'm not coming to do athletics for you, man. Yeah. So I think all those calling for Wizkid should have some context to this. And that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ni. And your points make it a bit worrisome. The fact that Cyril had just revealed that in his interview with them, they had worked with the same, some of the technicians that worked on the Global Citizen. So in terms of standards, you get the assumption is that all of these things should show the results of the effort they had put in. So it's quite sad that even though they had used all of these big brands that had worked for the Global Citizen Festival, all of these mishaps happened.
Sorry. Since you brought that point out, let me point this. When Global Citizen came out, I was one of the first people to say, look, is Ghanaians can do this. When I got to the stadium, the first thing I asked was, when did setup start? Setup started on Monday. Even at Dome Praise and Harvest Praise, we do setup a week. And this is the stadium. When I saw how they had flown the arrays and stuff, I knew that, no, there was something last minute. And I was privileged to speak to one of the people they contacted. The organizers will contact you and they'll go for days and then they'll come back. Two, I don't think they had subject matter experts for the various stuff. For instance, I may say, Kojo Sheldon, you handle lights, but you don't know concert lighting, or you may not know concert lighting. So even if the lighting guy does not bring the stuff, you wouldn't know. This is a very good time to open roles for short-term contracts towards the event, and that's what Global Citizen did. Got subject matter experts for this, right? So from the onset, I don't know if it's greed. There's a lot of talk about why the event was organized. I wouldn't go into that, and all. But I don't think they had the right men for the job. I don't think they took this event seriously, and I personally believe all the things I'm hearing about why the event was organized, to be honest.
Okay, we wouldn't want to go into all of that drama, but yeah, we do agree with your points. I mean, we've said that the business of it all was that they just didn't do a good strategic planning and researching into the environment for a first time event. Also, there was someone in the comment section that was speaking about collaborations and how they could have collaborated with other brands that could have helped run it successfully. And I think that's also another conversation we've had. So Zeus, Austin, and then Victor wanted to speak again.
Okay, hi. Hi, Jacqueline. So I am not an event planner, so everything that's serial, and then your people would say, I mean, I would take it from a different perspective as a consumer. Um, to me, I think it just has to do with the ticketing, as I mean, literally everyone has, hammered on. I don't see how. I mean, Wiz is not this is not the first time he has had a show in Ghana, but it is not as though he's not been on different platforms. So he's really aware when it comes to the Ghanaian market and how it is. I just think, first of all, the timing was wrong, which possibly you can't fault anyone for it, because then I'm sure they might have had a conversation with Wiz and said, okay, I think maybe we can do it after 25th, 26th, and then probably Wiz would say that, look, I also need to go on a tour. So these data are definitely not available to me. So we can just look at these proposals when it comes to this very date. I mean, that should work. But then when you have to look at that from, I mean, that perspective, that you have to go to ticketing in terms of 500, 3,000, and then be selling tables for $1,000, or how much it is. I mean, that's honestly ridiculous. They might have a plan, which is fine, but then I think you get probably misinformed about the current economic situation when it comes to Ghana. Because don't forget, I mean, those who would want to see West come there are possibly, if I'm not wrong, 80% of them live in hand to mouth in Ghana, and these people really are getting money where they have to spend, and then looking at it that, look, if I don't budget so well, it then means that genuinely I'm going to really starve. Because from my perspective as a what is called a consumer, and then it's like a circle de fund, you have people where they have really saved money because they know, or they assume that, okay, if last year I paid this X amount for Sarkodie show, I know that this year is going to be pegged around this amount. So you have people where they've saved money and felt like, yes, I'm going for this show and this is how much I'm going to pay for. You are going to definitely have people who are going to tell you that, okay, the Sarkodie show, when it comes to pricing, is ridiculous. But then after the end of the show, you see that, well, the place was packed to full. Why? Because he has actually created it as a festival for his fans, where irrespective of how it is when it comes to pricing, people will feel like, okay, no matter the price, then I'm going to pay for it. Because if I've saved, let's say, 500 for a Sarkodie show, and now the ticket comes out and it's 700, I need to just top up for 200. If I've saved that amount to go for a Sarkodie show, which I've purchased the ticket, I don't see how I'm going to have extra cash, let's say 500 or 3,000 to go for a Wizkid concert. Okay? So if you have to spend that amount and then I get to a show, which Serial what is saying, I do understand. But you can't also question the fact that a fan feels hard done by when it comes to me not seeing Wizkid and that there are issues of theft that, I mean, based on how much I paid, if I have to vent my anger on social media, I don't care who is watching to deter them from not coming. I mean, that should be my purpose anyway, for me to call out the people who actually put together this kind of event. To us, sometimes the consumers, we don't care about anything concerning a promoter, which is a factor anyway. What I know, because if a promoter posts a flyer of Wizkid coming to Ghana, to me, when I don't see it on Wizkid's page, and it's not legit. If I see it on Wizkid's page, then it means that it's a serious business. So I need to actually come for the event. In the end of the day, if I don't get my money worth what I paid for, I don't know any event organizer or anything. To me, it is Wizkid, right? So maybe from Wizkid's also angle, I mean, I am not going to do this show because the sound is poor. I'm not going to do this show because there are not the people that I'm expecting. So I am definitely backing out, and maybe you can talk about refund. If this thing should have gone well, Wizkid came on the platform, performed even 2 or 5 minutes or 10 minutes and left. It's actually part of his CV as a musician that Wizkid performed to this number of shows and the show was a flop. To the organizer, he's done. I mean, there's nothing that's actually going to dent his name. Yes, it's going to be there, but to the ordinary person who is patronizing to this show, it is against the name of Wizkid. So he has actually grown in this business to know that I'm not going to actually put my name into this mud for someone to drag me and feel like, yes, I mean, Wizkid show was a flop and the whole lot. So he's definitely not going to show up. So what Cyril said, I mean, in a form which, I mean, made sense that, okay, the organizers had someone who is a bankroller and then opened the checkbook and a whole lot. That's why I felt like then I think the bankroller need to actually sue the people as well. Because if I'm to provide you this huge sum of money, and then you put up a show like this where the sound is terrible, where you have to talk about security wise that was also a flop, then it means that there is a big issue here, and then we have to sit on the round table to talk about refunds as well from your perspective, because then those who did like Global Citizen took what is called the Independence Square and felt like this is where we think we can execute the plan very well. So to me, I think the whole thing was a mess, and I would then look at it that if someone has to complain when it comes to whether Wizkid didn't show up or, for instance, there was theft or something, then it is the fault of the fan to be on social media to rant or to tell exactly their story and feel like, well, I paid, I didn't see Wizkid, and then I was robbed again. Myself, I didn't go to Tidal Rave at Kokrobite because I've been to Kokrobite several times, and I know the story when it comes to Kokrobite. When you want hard-earned criminals at Kokrobite, look, I'm telling you, I went to Kokrobite for what is called with friends, and all. We had this hut where we made someone sat there, okay, looking at our stuff. Nipanite, your phones, yeah, Robbie. I mean, where the summer hut was, the person really uh, created a hole from there and was taking the stuff one by one without the person that we even stationed there to check our bags. Didn't see anything. So I definitely know the history when it comes to Kokrobite. So for me, irrespective of the show, I'll never be there. So when they, for instance, when they left, people were talking about theft, we're talking about gun robbery, we're talking about this. It didn't dispute the fact that the show was a successful one. The main comment from that side was that the show was successful, but then there was issue about robbery, and then issue of one of our best products, which he has to be Black Sheriff, not performing, and then when he goes to his turn, then the sound system was terrible. So for that, you can't really question fans, because we live in a system in Ghana where when people are having issues, they have no one to run to. The systems in Ghana really doesn't work. That when issues like this, you don't have anybody when it comes to entertainment to go and tell them that right now, if someone actually do not look at us to talk about refund, where are we getting our money? No one. I mean, there are systems, but the laws do not work. And until someone who has money to say that I have money to spend, so I'm touching or I'm going to really tamper with the law to take these people on to serve as a precedent, then it means that each and every show that we go will definitely complain with this time and time over again, and people will never learn. So I don't think when fans are actually arguing or had to rant on social media with how they felt about a show, then it has to be their fault. They have to run because they actually pay for it. They didn't see what they had to pay for it. And I think they're actually in the right place to do so.
Okay, Zeus, thank you so much for your points. Very well made. We'll take Austin, and then after Austin, it will be Black Cocoa. Jules, you were on by your job. Please request again, and then we'll add you back on. So please, Austin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Jackie, and once again, good morning to everybody in the space. First of all, before I speak, like I did the first time, I would like to apologize and tell all those patrons who went for the show last night and this dawn that they were not treated fairly, and the customer, as we say, is always right. So they should not be perturbed by the mocking and trolling and everything. Their concerns are right and everything. What others seek to do is to help us improve moving on. And this is what I get from what Cyril said. You see, have you people realized when Ghana went to the World Cup, the tweets from known sports journalists who are Ghanaians about the team and everything was entirely different from we other Ghanaians? Because you see, Ghanaian sports journalists believe that their field of work is sports, and the Black Stars is arguably the biggest sports brand in Ghana. So what they speak about it is about looking for the welfare of the team, which would help them in their field of work. It's the same thing Cyril is doing. He's not saying that patrons cannot talk about their issues they faced. No, that is not what he's saying. But he is someone who is a creative arts industry person. And the growth of creative arts in Ghana goes largely also to the benefit of Cyril, because aside him being an artist, he's now also on a TV station. So they bring in brands. So his job continues to become big when creative art space grows in Ghana. So all what I appreciated from what he's saying is, you see, it's not just this one. It's not this one he's saying. But we have realized that Shatawale might be having a show at the stadium. Sarkodie might be having a show at the dome or somewhere. And because of our cynicism and our war of words, the we against them mentality, people will try to undermine the show even before it starts. There's nobody there. People will not go. You cannot feel it and all that. All those things would inform people who are at home, who would have want to go for the late tickets, that then people are complaining, I wouldn't go. That is what he was speaking about. Not that when you have gone for a show and there is a bad experience, don't talk about it. Because even Twitter and Facebook says what is on your mind. How can Cyril say don't speak what is on your mind? That is not what he is saying. You can talk about your experience. But you see, the cynicism of a show has not started, and people will say
They say this artist crowd who's built, he will not come. They are lying to us. They say tickets are going for free. So it has a bomb muscle and all those things. You see, it's a cynicism. It doesn't help the industry. And people invest huge sums of money in these things. And you see, we can talk about them also getting people to hype the show. Which one is best? Letting things go on a good way, or buying people to hype your show and to talk about it in a good way? That is not the right way to go. Why should they invest also in that? Because people who do these hype crews, they also take money. Why should people also, I'm not saying investing in that is wrong, but why should that be the thinking that there will be people who will troll your show to destroy the image of it and the brands associated with it? So let me also hype a hype crew to also hype it for me. That should not be our thinking. On events and what happens, you see, it's a big thing. And I think that I've always said this. We need to also see it as something which is not anybody gets up, can go to a rich man. The rich man will give fund $200,000. Then he says, okay, Wizkid Benjamin 100,000, Wally Benjamin wait me kofanaba. It shouldn't be that mentality. It's an art and a skill. Something must go into it. People should be held accountable. So you see, we should have. I've always talked about leadership. The Ministry of Creative Arts should be in charge of some of these things. People should register. We should involve e-ticketing, because people are asking, how can you refund our money? If e-ticketing had been the way to go, I have bought my ticket based on certain thing. Now everybody has a Ghana card or something, or it was through your Momo account. So they should have their database. So when there is a force majeure, not just man-made, like an artist deciding not to come, but there can also be natural causes like rain in an open roof concert. We would go by the data they have, that people pay this way. If we are organizing a new one, fine, they can bring their e-ticket. But if not, we are refunding it on the same medium that they bought their tickets from. We should be looking forward to how we can improve our system when these challenges come. The blame game, people complaining and everything, they reserve the right to do it. It is right. But I'm saying that in moving on, what lessons can we learn from it, so that this December or another December, February, May, another show will come. There's a problem and we will come and talk about it. Aren't we tired of always talking about the problems without professing solutions? I think that we should be looking forward to professing solutions. And some of these things is what we talk. You see, today we are saying there was no issue of what? Cyril spoke about it as security. But there have been shows that were successful where there were security problems. Are we saying that because the show was successful, artists came, it was okay that people broke into my door and people did not come and talk about it on Twitter? So it's a holistic thing. I even said that, you see, when football is being played, national security is involved in the planning of the security at the stadium. How can you have a show of 2,000 people to 10,000 in a camped area, and all you do is security? Okay, we'll go to Ghana police, tell them we will bring, and they will give us 100 police. No, it should be planned thoroughly. Security should be planned thoroughly with experts, not people who set up a committee and they are sharing their view. They don't have any expertise in security. We should be able to do all these things. Promotion of shows. How are they doing it? Which platforms are they going? You see, this thing we are doing is science-backed, but we see we don't venture into it. What informed the decision to have a show at the stadium costing that much? It should be backed by science and data. Or just because you have invested 200,000, you think the only way you can make it is to get 5,000 patrons. Okay, in Ghana, you cannot have any event ground which will give you 5,000 patrons in a closed area. So let me go and do it at the stadium. Is that the thinking that went into it? What science backed it? We should be looking at some of all these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Austin. As always, you come in with very valid points, and your apologies to the audience is always heartwarming. There's someone who traveled all the way from Kumasi to see Wizkid and didn't get to see Wizkid. another person, but it's just a sad situation. So Thick would go. When Thick is done, we will have another person who was at the event speak. That is Kingsley. And then when Kingsley is done, Victor will speak, King will speak, Pride will speak. So Thick, please go ahead.
Hi everyone. So I'm speaking. I'm based in South Africa, but I was in Ghana last year. My hopes was to attend Afrochella and everything. I heard, oh, Big Wizkid is going to be the headliner. I waited there. I got there at 7 because everyone on Twitter, as Serial kept on saying, was saying, oh, nothing's happening. It's boring. It's dry. No artists have come there. So my cousins and everybody was like, you know what? Rather get there later in the evening. So I already got there around 7. 7 o'clock, I think it was other artists, other Ghanaian artists that were performing. 10 o'clock comes, no Wizkid. 11, no Wizkid. I think midnight, there was rumors, oh, he's coming, he's on the way. 1 a.m. I think he only performed at 2. But I was so adamant because of his big Lagos album. I was like, you know what? I'm staying. Come rain or shine, I'm staying and I'm going to see Wizkid. He came on and his first thing was he apologized because he's like, I've been ready since 10. So with that experience, and even living in South Africa and having experiences with concerts and artists coming late and everything, it's always a miscommunication between organizer and artiste. Because the first thing I did when I woke up this morning to check on Twitter or to check snaps, asked people like bloggers that I know in Ghana, I was like, wait, how did the Wizkid concert go? Till I think it was 5 a.m. here, so that means it was 3 a.m. in Ghana. Wizkid had still not performed. I was like, what's going on? What do you mean he hasn't performed? Like, he hasn't pitched. On Snap, I follow Jackie, Apia, I follow Ifia, I followed Jackie, the artist. They were there, and Wizkid wasn't there. And I was like, wait, what's going on? Then I went and I checked the poster, and I was like, okay, there was other supporting artists. Did they at least perform? So my friend is friends with Jackie's DJ. He's like, no, Jackie performed, Ifia performed, and I think Darko Vibes performed. I'm like, okay, so then what was the issue? So now I've been listening for a long time, and I'm like, okay, so there must have been a miscommunication between the organizers and Wizkid himself. For Wizkid to be even beyond some, I don't know if this is true, whether he gave the money back or how they're going to refund patrons their ticket money, whatever the case. I'm seeing tweets about influencers only being called 2 days before the event to try and promote the event. I'm seeing tweets of people I know who were also told to, oh, you get a free ticket, just promote this on your page, promote this on your page. I'm seeing so many different accounts of what's been going on. And it also comes with, I've heard people are talking about Afrochella. I'm like, guys, you really cannot compare something that's American based. Yes, they're Ghanaians in essence, but something that started in America as an idea with US dollars coming to out of pocket to start a show and then eventually getting sponsors later on. How we're getting those sponsors, we don't know. They even had a situation with one of their people and they had to take them off the board or whatever the case may be. You can't. We need to stop. As Ghanaians, we need to stop comparing ourselves from outside people and how they promote things. We need to try and better our system, that's for sure. Global Citizens, I've attended a Global Citizens concert as well. They start planning and building the stage the week of or the week before. How is it that this show stage was only built? Is it the day of or the day before? I don't even know. But I was seeing clips of the stage is now being mounted. Sound is now. No one was doing sound check. All of these things need to be considered. Like, as much as I don't know how the organizers were making the money, there was no push for as someone was saying, how you try and you try and organize, you try and live stream. Sorry, you try and live stream what's actually happening in the event as an organizer. You don't try and rely on people, patrons, giving you bad publicity. My cousins went to the Global Citizens in Ghana. They were telling me that, look, whatever you were seeing on social media wasn't right. We would actually have a ball. Global Citizens wasn't full either. They didn't fill up Independence Square, but no one was complaining about that. It was well organized. The live streaming and the tweeting and the Instagram post and the Instagram live and the Twitter lives of what was going on helped. Even with artists were put, oh, I'm about to be on stage. That helps. So I honestly feel like the organizers could have done so much to try and dissuade people from coming late. That's also a very big problem Ghanaians have, of attending things very late or starting things late. This thing of African time we need to stop it. But if the organizers had posted on what was going on, updated patrons, this person's going to be a little bit late, I think people would be more comfortable. But I think there was a serious issue between Wizkid and the organizers that I feel like Wizkid as an international artist, like, you know what, this is not even stage that I'm willing to even perform on. What is this? And he was like, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to tarnish my brand and come to a place that the sound is not great, the stage is messed up, I can't see, the screens are not screening. I think he just told himself, you know what, I'm not doing it, and I'm out. I'll give them the money. After all, I make this money in my sleep. It's fine. So that was my 2 cents. I've listened to the whole thing, and it's just Ghanaians need to come to the center and do things for ourselves and stop comparing. It's ridiculous. Every time we're comparing this and comparing this, fix what is in the country and try and make Ghana is a beautiful place. I keep on telling people to come to Ghana. But if this is the first event and it's now going down the drain, how am I supposed to convince people, oh no, Afrochella will be fine, Afro Nation will be fine, all the other concerts will be fine, if this is what we're going to be talking about? Do better.
Thank you so much, Thick. Yes, we've agreed to a lot of the points that you've raised. So Kinsley was at the concert, so he would give us his experience, and then when he's done, Victor would go, Ken will go, and Pride will go. Okay, so go ahead. Papi Gojo, I see you. Ken, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm actually not in Ghana. I wasn't at the concert. What I'm saying is I'm an event organizer in London, so I can share my experience about events. I've worked with artists like Stone Boy, Sarkodie, Calvin Boy, Ken Promise. I've worked with some of the big guys in Ghana, and prior to this event, my problems, I actually thought it was a Wizkid show, as in Wizkid was the organizer of the event. But I found out that he wasn't the one, because I wasn't seeing any promotion from his side. And a lot of party or event attenders, one thing they check is they find out from the artist whether he's posted the flyer, whether he's going to actually come, because many people have been scammed before, when people put flyers saying, "Oh, Davido is coming to Ghana, Wizkid is coming to Ghana," and these artists haven't even posted a flyer yet. So first of all, that side of it was a problem for me. The artist didn't really show much of interest in this event. He didn't really promote it as a concept that he would really love to be there. I see everybody talking about the fact that there were so many things that went wrong. And Wizkid was in Ghana, or he is in Ghana. And so he definitely was going there is a reason why artists do sound check and all these things prior to the event. Definitely, if he didn't do the sound check, his DJ or somebody must have done that for him. So they knew the mic was going to work. For him to send his DJ on the stage, that means he was going to perform. Whatever happened between Wizkid and the event organizer or the promoters, I will blame Wizkid, because you know what? These people that paid money to come see you, they are not fans of the promoter. They didn't go to the event to see the promoter. Probably they don't even know who the organizer is. They were told Wizkid was coming to Ghana, and as fans of Wizkid, they actually went there to see you, Wizkid, as an artist, and not the organizer. If there was any fuck ups or there was any mess ups, then after the show, like how people bashed other event organizers, they would show their concerns on Twitter or other platforms. Your duty was to go there and then perform. I don't see why numbers was an issue. If there were 5,000 people at the Accra Sports Stadium, Wizkid has done concerts where there were less people than 5,000 at an event, and I've been to some of the events where it wasn't really filled. You understand? So he could have showed up whether it was 2,000 or 3,000. Every artist sends their people to come check up the event. I remember when I did Stone Boy. Before it was time for him to perform, he was built to perform at 2 a.m. When it was 12:30 a.m., I got messages from his manager to find out if the place was filled, if there were people there. But he came and he found out that, listen, the place is actually choked. So you know what, the artist himself was happy to perform because the place was choked. If the place wasn't choked, he was still going to perform. You know what? Because he's been built to perform. And it was not only up to me to promote the event. Obviously, if he actually came to the event and it wasn't full, he wouldn't be happy to perform. So it's also his duty to promote the event as well. Wizkid didn't promote the event at all. The event organizers, this is my problem with the event organizers. I didn't see any proper promotion for this event. There wasn't any a lot of people don't even know Wizkid was going to perform in Ghana until Thursday. A lot of people didn't even know that. So that was down to the promoters. My problem is the fact that Wizkid was in town. This whole show was centered around Wizkid, and so you see everybody that is performing has a connection with Wizkid. So it's like Wizkid and everybody, Wizkid and friends actually, R2Bs, Efia, Kelvin, but all these guys are on Wizkid. So if Wizkid wasn't going to come, then definitely R2Bs won't show up because they know Wizkid is not coming. Wizkid, as big as he is, knowing around 2 a.m. that he wasn't going to perform, he was supposed to put out a statement or just don't let your DJ go at all, because you know what, guys, I'm not going. There is no point sending your DJ to come warm up the place and make people expect or think that, oh, Wizkid is in the building, because Wizkid will not be in his hotel and send his DJ to go. Normally artists send their DJs because they are also in the building. So if the DJ is going to warm up the place for, let's say, 10 minutes, then after that he will be the next to show up. Now everybody is there thinking, oh, Wizkid is backstage because DJ Tunes is on the stage. So definitely Wizkid is backstage. And then till 4:30 a.m. people still don't see Wizkid, and there is no proper communication. This is bad for Ghana, not for Wizkid. It's bad for Ghana because December is meant to be, Ghana is supposed to be the place where everybody is going for December chiller. So everybody is now going to think, is this how events in Ghana is handled? Is this how it is in Ghana? Because it's not only going to be a Wizkid problem, it's now going to be a Ghana problem, because this event happened in Ghana, and everybody is now talking about the problems that happened at the event, and they are not even bringing Wizkid into the into the equation. The people are talking about Kwashe guys. What has Kwashe guys got to do with Wizkid not performing? Did they actually go to rob Wizkid? No. So tell me why the guy didn't perform. This is going down in history as one of the worst events in Ghana, and you are telling me about Kwashe guys. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kingsley. I think I mistook you for Kojo. So Kojo, if you are on, please request again. He's the one who traveled for Kumasi to see Wizkid and it didn't happen. So Kojo, please request again so that we'll add you. Victor would go, King will go, Pride will go. So Victor, you have the floor.
Well, I think some of the issues I wanted to address have been discussed already, but just to talk about a few of them. So when I indicated or mentioned the idea that I didn't get the impression the organizers put enough into promoting the event, and even on the day to control the narrative and stay ahead of the curve, I wasn't talking about sort of going out there and paying people to promote the event. I was talking about an organic means of doing this. And we've all been involved in handling some of these things before. All it takes is an Instagram page, a Twitter page, dedicated to your shows that give people an update on what is happening, what is going on the event center, just to keep people in line and to tell your side of the narrative. Because on that day, you're competing with too many people with different experiences and different expectations, some of whom you cannot meet because they are not part of what you've promised. And you see, the thing about some of these events is that the whole idea behind buying that ticket is a promise of a certain experience. And not to take us back, but that's why if someone goes there at 7 p.m. and they can't find a seat, they will talk about it on social media. So I think that point has been addressed. The final point on what Austin talked about on the ticketing. Look, it is great to have all of these ideas about what you've seen elsewhere, what happens in other jurisdictions. But in this sort of business, if you are going to import those ideas, you need to understand the culture that pertains here first, the fan culture, how people patronize tickets, the platforms, the medium that they use in getting some of these tickets. What we're used to in Ghana is Ticketmaster, the shortcodes and the likes. This email thing and whatever it was that they were trying to do may not be something that a lot of people are conversant with or comfortable enough with. So once people start getting some of these challenges, and I didn't get the impression that they had a mechanism in place to address some of these issues head on, and once again, to control the narrative. Look, for me, the biggest indictment in all of this to the organizers is the fact that I did not know of this event until a football-related story. So Hearts of Oak were supposed to play the Black Galaxies in a friendly at the Accra Sports Stadium. That match had to be moved because of this concert. And that is how come I got to know about this concert. So basically, the biggest mileage this concert got in the days leading up to this was because of a cancelled football match at that same venue. That should say enough about the sort of efforts that was put into selling the idea of this whole concert to the patrons and anyone else who may have been interested in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. And that speaks to what we've been saying since the beginning of this space, that doing research and strategic planning, they failed in those two aspects. And I see a lot of people in the comment section sharing videos of other Wizkid sold out concerts. And if you've been on this space for as long as we've been on, you would know that literally none of the blame has been put on Wizkid that much, except the fact that he had his band come do a sound check, so it would have just been nice for him to come on and sing a song or two. But yes, we do agree that for the kind of brand he's building, he wouldn't want that sort of image to be associated with him. So it's been more on the event organizers and what could have been done better, and not Wizkid. So Wizkid FC, please take it easy in the comment section. Kin would go, and then I see Papi Kojo. I'm sure he's coming to promote his new song, which is nice, by the way. So after Kin, Pride, and then Papi Kojo.
Okay, so I normally don't do things like this, but this is important to highlight a few points. First one being that my major issue is with Wizkid for a few reasons. Ghanaians have shown him love for a very long time. Maybe he's forgotten, or maybe you guys have forgotten. Over a decade ago, when Wizkid was first debuted in Ghana, it was Banky W. I remember it was a Miss Malika concert that they brought on Wizkid to show. They brought on the Banky W to introduce Wizkid to Ghana. We showed him a lot. We showed him a lot of love for a long time. Yes, obviously there were a few issues in terms of, obviously quite a few issues when it came to the organization. They're young and they're upcoming. There are a lot of people who they've been in the game for a long time. Bola started off. There are multiple issues. Serial, Pappy, Jules was on it. These are people who back in the day. And a bit of context, right? We started organizing about 15 years ago. I mean, we were talking Brick and Lace concert, even with the Brick and Lace, a number of people that didn't show up, but yet they still performed. And then it's not about the numbers, it's about showing love to your fans, respecting them. And if from the beginning, when you were nobody, Ghana showed you love, and because you think you're somebody right now, you feel as if you can act not show up because in your opinion you've dealt with bigger stages. That's all you. But as far as I'm concerned, as far as yeah, no, forget that. I know people who normally don't show up to concerts who came to this concert. You don't waste people's time. In terms of in terms of finances, yes, King made a point in reference to the ways people purchase tickets. Yes, we don't have a system in place, a proper system in place where people can purchase tickets and get their refunds. Again, that's not the organizers' fault. They're just working with the hands that they've been dealt with. But the number one thing I feel as if people need to understand is Wizkid is somebody who should, how do you even say it, should have respected where he was performing at. No matter what the case is, we all have systemic faults in Ghana. I can admit that. But Sebi, this is Ghana, man. Like, Nigeria isn't any perfect. I'm sure he's had issues as well. So don't think that you're too big. The same place that when you were nobody, they showed you love, and because you think you're somebody right now, you can choose to say, you know what, I'm not interested because what London showed me love. Fuck London, bro. Like, listen, forget that, man. Then the day, nobody's on that. As far as I'm concerned, that's all I needed to say.
Thank you, Ken. And yes, it's true. We did say that even last year, with a much less crowd, which was even a free concert, when Davido had to perform at the GT concert and there was few numbers, he killed that performance like the whole stadium was full. And we really felt his energy, even though the numbers there were probably even lesser than this concert, but he still gave his all. So I think that speaks to his
Now,
personality.
let me even add. It's something that I'm sure you guys don't even remember. Do you know there's a Rick Ross concert in Ghana? At the end of the day, he gave people a time slots to that he was going to perform. And typical Ghanaians, when it came to working with a time, he came, he did his thing, and he left. And by the time people came, I remember when we were at the tickets, people got there for about 11 o'clock. My guy had already left Nigeria. Unfortunately, we have our own issues in this country, and obviously it's not something we can change. Yes, the global system was amazing because again they set a framework, and they had a framework that worked. These live hub is a new young company. Yes, they've made mistakes, but I feel as if we shouldn't crucify them as much as people are doing right now. Like I said, I see Serial here, Papi. They know you. You guys know what the deal is. It's not necessarily an easy thing to pull off a concert. I mean, you can have a good time. You can have a good concert, a bad concert. Bottom line is that you have fans that have left their house. And people have shown love, and at least come and respect them enough to just show up. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. It must be painful to have seen the band rehearsing, thinking that Wizkid is coming, and then he goes. It must be painful. But Pride will speak. When Pride is done, Papi will go. So Pride, you have the floor.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for coming on board this one. I'm a keen follower of your work, Sheldon, and I'm quite happy that you were able to get people around and just get some views on this so we can edify people. So, I mean, I'm based over in the UK, London, and I really follow the space, and I actually invest and I bring investors into Afrobeat. I'm looking at this from a very, very global perspective, right? And I've been asking myself, if anything, for the past decade, Afrobeat has been the biggest export from Africa that is actually disrupting the whole of the world as we speak, in terms of streaming numbers, in terms of concert goers, in terms of Grammys. I mean, you could name it. Afrobeat is actually disrupting the entire space. And what I'm asking myself is, right now, Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Ruger, Kiddy, all these guys are coming to Europe and they're filling the biggest stadiums. White people are listening to this music. Africans in the diaspora are doing it. And I always ask myself as an investor, like, why are we not doing this in the home of music itself, which is Africa? Which was the last time we're able to get these same artists coming to our stadiums and fill it up every month, you know. And we all understand the reason why they can't do it is because of the infrastructure, you know, getting sound system, ticketing system, security, getting it done. But then we can't complain if we don't keep doing it and learning from the mistakes we made. Okay, so cutting long story short, right? Can you guys imagine if after DJ Tunes came in and he did the testing and he told Wheezy, like, you know what, the ground is not full. We've got about 5 to 6K of fans here. You just come here and give them a show. Just imagine if Wheezy came out, apologized for all of this and told them, listen, all of us, we're doing this, we're work in progress. Yes, we can pull this off in Europe. In Africa, it's a bit different, but then we'll pull it off. You guys huddle together, get everyone together, let's pull off a show. Can you guys imagine what the internet will be saying this morning? Totally different. People will have understood. Fans will understand. They would praise him. The media will pick it up. Investors will be encouraged. Those who actually messed up at the show because of obvious reasons, maybe the screens were not working, mics were not working, they would have learned something. Then we'll be thinking, okay, fine, maybe let's do another one. The one in Accra didn't really go as planned, but we learned something, right? And this is where I think the artists have to take responsibility. Basically, in Europe, because the infrastructure is there, Wheezy can just come out from his hotel, drive to O2, stay backstage, come up, finish his stuff, get into backstage and drive off because the infrastructure is there. They're doing everything. So they take that same mentality when they come back home, which is wrong. At home, there is different challenges which they themselves have to stand up to and contribute to. And in the morning, he would tell the organizers, listen, I'm very, very disappointed with you guys. Let's have a meeting. Where did it go wrong? This is where it went wrong. This is how you have to improve. This is where I'm coming from. I'm just coming from the UK. I did a show. This is how they do it. Then these guys would learn. Everybody will be able to learn from this. The fans will be much more happier. The narrative will be different. The bloggers will be saying different things. So this is where I think I am hugely disappointed with Wiz, because I thought as a pioneer in the industry, he will have turned this around. Okay? Just imagine you've got 5,000 fans, right? These are not the fans of those who are doing the shows. These are not the fans of the promoters. These are your fans. These are your fans. The middleman is the promoters. They're trying to make money off your fans. These are the guys streaming your views. These are the guys giving you views on YouTube, on Spotify, Audiomack. These are the guys who are voting for you to win the Grammy, whatever. You've got 5,000 of them in the stadium. I would not abandon them. I will make them understand, you know what? These promoters have probably not done their job. Don't worry about it. I would even issue you guys a refund, give them another chance, but I'll give you a show. This is where I thought he let it off. And the reason is simply because sometimes these artists, we make them too big for their shoes and they forget where they're coming from. I would have expected something different. The other day, I watched Burna Boy in a Caribbean country and it was raining. Like, I mean, proper rain. This guy had a show under the rain. The fans were there with umbrellas. This guy delivered the show under the rain, despite the fact that there could be electric shock or whatever, or disaster. And the morning, the narrative was different. People were so amazed that despite the conditions, he was able to deliver a show. This is what we need from the African artists. Because if we keep going or coming to London and doing shows in the best venues, Burna Boy is doing this, Davido is doing this, they're going to open up FIFA in Qatar and all the rest. What about back home? We have the two biggest exports from Africa. Food is our biggest export, okay? Because every diasporan will eat our food. Africans in the diaspora eat our food, and now music. But then how much money are we making from that music locally? The streaming numbers are going to Spotify and all the other companies, Grammys and the rest. What are we doing about it? And what is the responsibility of artists as far as this is concerned? They just want to be prima donnas where, because it's been done in Europe, they expect people to do it. It is difficult to pull this off. 40K capacity, you need to market this for 6 months. 6 months for you to do this. I keep repeating Burna Boy. This guy's got a show in London in June, and he's already marketing it now. That's in 6 months' time. So how can you pull off a 40K capacity show in Accra, and people are knowing about it 4 or 5 days earlier? I mean, not even Michael Jackson can pull this off. So I think it's a combination of a cacophony from everyone, okay? Everyone. the artists, the show promoters, everyone had a part to play in this. But then let's look at the lesson from it. And I'm asking myself, best case scenario, who was the best person to salvage this? It's no other person than Wiz. He could have been like, you know what? I'll salvage this. I'll go in there, I'll make a little talk, and I will deliver something for these guys, and I'll give social media something to put out. Social media doesn't lie. No matter the fact that they're trolls, they're stands, and it doesn't lie. Even when people are trolling on social media, they know what the truth is. Go there, give them a show, give them something to talk about, and the blogs will talk about it, and they'll tell you, you know what, we pulled it off. So that's the contribution I wanted to make.
Thank you so much, Pride. Thank you for your points. And once again, to other artists that came that had even worse scenarios, let's talk about the Cardi B incident. There was a whole drama about her. And when she, even though the event was not when she came late, she said, you guys, there's been so much happening today, but I flew all the way from New York to be here. So I'm still going to put on a show. And she gave a great show. And then change from people throwing bottles on stage to Cardi B actually performing in Ghana. So I agree with you 100 on that. Papi Kojo, please, you can go after Papi Kojo. Ken, I see you want to say something again. When Ken is done, Precious, you speak. Papi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. I don't even want to be involved in this because I already warned Wizkid not to come here, and he didn't show up. So if anything, you guys should blame me. If it was me, if it was like an artist like myself, at least if I don't show up, you know where I live. Like I'm in Takrady, you can just pull up and get your money. But you say you want Wizkid, so if you don't want Papi's kid, you can untwist it and fix it before I beat 6 kids. But this is not even why I'm here. I honestly came here to apologize to my big bro, Kojo Sheldon. I've wronged him a couple of times, and from being to being, Pedamo Pochoche. Onyamuno Yen Pabono, Nipano Yen Pabono.
Nah, bro, stop, bro. Stop.
Papi's killing me.
Oh, bro. You see what you see what your wife do. Make people forget Papi.
Okay, thank you, Papi. I'm sure Kojo has accepted your apology.
Okay.
Ken,
Thank you. Please, hold on.
Okay.
Pride, please don't come here Sunday morning and come and say Michael Jackson can't fill Accra Sports Stadium. You can't come here and disrespect the dead, please. It's very early for this nonsense. We won't tolerate this from you. I don't know where you're from. Either if you're Nigerian, you sound Nigerian or Zimbabwean. I really don't know. So please respect yourself. Don't come here and say any nonsense. Thank you.
Right, Papi is joking. Don't take it serious. But yes, Michael Jackson can fill the stadium even if it is announced 30 minutes to the show. Kid, please add your last comments. Precious will go.
Papi, where'd you mean? Yeah, sorry, just one last thing. There's nobody, no artist in even when if you think about it, if I remember one of the biggest concerts that ever happened in Ghana was actually in the 90s was Shabba. I remember Shabba Ranks came. I don't know anybody remember that shit. Yeah, nobody has been able to ever fill the Accra Sports Stadium. It's something that I guess the organizers already knew. So again, this was just a way for them to introduce themselves into the market. So I feel as if them being hard on them, it doesn't make sense. I keep on hammering on this point because I feel as if we're being very unrealistic. In reference to investing, likewise, I also invest in Accra, and my sector is very different. I'm sure that some people know about this, and it's one thing I do is I understand where we live. I understand what we have to deal with on a daily basis. So when I'm dealing with a certain kind of people, I try to encompass that into any interaction I did. So for you to assume, or for any of us to assume that the organizers didn't take that into consideration, I think that's very naive. Obviously, this may not necessarily have been a profit-making venture for them per se. This could have been just a way for them to introduce their brand. But unfortunately, Wizkid did them a bit dirty. And it's something that it's thinking back is really annoying me because I missed my life thing. It must have been worst case scenario, 500 people or 1,000 people that came. Wizkid, remember that song is Holla at Your Boy? Yeah, that's when My guy came and he smiled and he joked. But Accra, I think sometimes we're a bit too hard on ourselves. Refunds, I hope it works out. But I just wanted to highlight to that point that yes, nobody has filled Accra Sports Stadium.
Okay, thank you so much, Ken. Precious, please go ahead.
Hi everyone. So I'm glad this has come up. I was there last night with my friend who I kind of like gave her the opportunity to spend her birthday at the event. That's what she wanted. And we got there around 8:30 and all the problems that we all know went on. But if there's one thing that I've realized going for any kind of event in Ghana, whether it's a party, a wedding reception, christening, concert, every single event in Ghana doesn't seem to have an event coordinator or a showrunner. It's like things are left to happen just as much as, we leave everything in God's hands. It's like, oh, angels are going to fall from the sky to show people where to pass when they want to know where a VIP, ticket booth is. There's no branding, there's no signage. There's nothing to say turn left, turn right. Even when I was pressed, I wanted to use the bathroom. I was like, where do I go? If I end up leaving where I'm seated, will I find my way back? There was nothing. And it's because when organizers, there are organizers, okay, I have the idea, this is what I want to do. And there are technical people who know what to do. It's not about what to do, it's about how to do what you plan to do and why we're there. Everything was in shambles. At some point, they were sweeping the stage at 10 o'clock. And I was sitting there thinking, if you're sweeping now, then I'm sure Wizkid is probably asleep. Because, and then the thing about the local artists, that they didn't get any lighting. I was trying to take pictures of them, and I was just looking at silhouettes over music. And then the DJ would turn out the volume down. And honestly, we need to give it to Coach Emmanuel, because if it wasn't for him, most of us would have left at midnight. That MC did such a great job. He was trying to keep our emotions intact and get the thing going. But what I'm saying is, when people plan things, there are people who are masters at making sure plans go as planned. I mean, if you say the bride is going to, and I'm bringing it down to even weddings, where you see pastors and priests come sit there and the bride is in the hotel taking selfies, is wrong. We do the same thing at concerts. We don't check, we don't ask questions. What do you mean by I need to call to find out how many people are in the stadium before you come? It shouldn't be up for discussion. Whether it's 5 people or 100,000, you should be there. Bottom line. Because some of us have had experiences outside and is completely different whether the show is empty or not. I remember when I was at Burna Boy, it wasn't as packed as Drake's concert, but he was there on time. At 8 p.m. he was there. And because we don't know who the showrunner and the show coordinator is, there's no one to go to ask questions. We couldn't find a place to sit. They promised us bottomless cocktails, whatever. Now we had to buy water and a pack of juice for 120 cedis. I don't mind doing that. But aside you breaching your contract, you didn't even show up. There was no apology whatsoever. I think that honestly, we need to have measures in place to put these people to the books. Like, we need to ask questions. Ghana should have a thing where if you don't perform, you give us back our money and you are banned for some time, because this thing has been happening way too many times and it's just unfair and disrespectful. That's all I have to say. Jesus Christ.
Okay, guys, can you
Hello?
hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Marie, please go ahead.
Hi, guys. Good afternoon. So I think that we have to look at this in two parts. The Wizkid incident him showing up and the event organizing itself. I think that we've concentrated so much on Wizkid not showing up, and we are missing certain situations
No,
that
no,
have.
Marik, you just tuned into the latter part of it. Half of this conversation has been about the event organizer.
No, no,
It's
no. I'm
just
talking
King
about.
and Pride.
I'm
Oh, you're
talking
talking
about
about
the
social
speakers.
media.
Yeah, I'm talking
Okay.
about social media and speakers, right? So,
Okay.
for instance, this is not the first show where people have gone where ticketing and people finding their space and their designated space being a problem. This is not the first show. Yes, this is what I'm thinking. So if Wizkid showed up and performed, would it have erased all these blunders that happened? No, it wouldn't. So the thing is, we have to look at it from both. Like people are saying, oh, and I listened to Cyril, and his point very much noted, and it makes a lot of sense. But again, people have seen a lot of events go down in Accra, and now it's implanted in their minds. Next year, for instance, if Global Citizen decides to have another show, no one is going to be on social media and say, "Oh, Global Citizen, if you go, it go flop," because they saw what happened in the first show, right? So yeah, when these things happen, it's up to you as the event organizer to prove people wrong and let them know, yo, we are not like other people. Talk about people going into the stadium and now they don't have their wristbands and stuff, and then they had to be seated in the popular stand before their VIP tables were arranged and stuff. That's a problem. Even if Wizkid showed up, it still would have been a problem. People when they were promised certain stuff, they didn't get it. It's a problem. So if Wizkid showed up, would that still not be a problem? So we have to look at all of these things and solve them right from like it's like the last speaker said. These are problems we know and identify in every particular event. You can have your plan, and I've worked in events before. I've worked in events before, and you can plan, but on the day of the event, it's different, and especially it's very difficult for events like this where it's you have to introduce sound and stuff like that. You can't do sound check and all of these things at the very last minute or the very like few hours to the show. It's like a whole day thing because sound can be a mess. So in all of this, what all I'm trying to say is that yeah, Whiskey did not show up, which was poor. We can go around it. We don't know what might have happened. We are assuming that it's because of the numbers and technical issues. The event organizer came out and said, "Oh, he was the one who breached the contract or whatever." We don't know that for sure, but we know that at the end of the day, whether he showed up or not, there were blunders that happened. Why did the show not start on time? People are saying, "No, people don't show up on time or come early to these shows." So, because at the end of the day, even when they showed up in their numbers at 10 or at 9, the show did not start until 10. And so we have to give people the experience so that we know that, yeah, they don't play with their time. Like when they say 9, it's starting at 9. So that even if they don't come on time, they know that you go ahead with your show. Event organizers keep promising, oh, it's going to start from 9 and we are going to end up 12, and it doesn't happen. And then we look at it, the artist will come, maybe Asake will come, and then we think, oh, Asake came, by the way, we had a jam, and so yeah, okay, event organizers, it's okay, you know you don't start on time, but it be cool. No, that's not how it should be. So event organizers should do their work, and then the artists bring in their part, and then it becomes a whole like a successful event. Obviously, it's not going to be a perfect event, but we can have a near perfect event in this Accra. We've seen it before. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Great, Marik. Your points are well noted. I think we've also established all of those. What other speakers or the ones that had brought up the Wizkid issue was about how, yes, the event didn't go as planned, the event didn't go that well. But once you are in the venue and I came to to see you once you are there, if you perform one song or two songs, at least Ejojoma Kuma, like there's someone who came from Kumasi. Imagine taking a ride from Kumasi to come to see Wizkid. That's where the conversation of, even if the show flop, if I get to see my Wizkid perform, I am okay because me
That's
basa me be
briefly.
Wizkid.
briefly. So this is the thing. I think that the event organizers. I mean, we've seen Wiz over the years, and we've seen how he's grown or he's matured into his act, and certain things he will not do. Upia, like even me, before the show started, I said this. Like if he doesn't see numbers, he will not perform. People know this. There are artists that if they are not, the numbers are not good, they will perform. The video, like you mentioned earlier, the video will perform fine. Maybe Stoneboy will perform fine because it's about the experience. We've seen Wizkid. Unim the way and alcohol buy. So you do your job. You know, people have created an image for their brand. It might be off, it might not be right, but that is how they see themselves and that's how they want things to be done. We can talk about how Ghana have paid their dues and we supported Wizkid and over the years. But he clearly seemed like the artist who is not like that. Someone like Daddy Lumba, someone like Daddy Lumba especially. When he is built for a show, he doesn't see numbers, he will not perform. Like people know this, so they know what they're going in for. Someone like Amachi Dede, Paul Thomas, they don't care about numbers. They care about the vibe. You know Wizkid, you know how he is. So we can go around and talk about these things, but it's you know the artist. You should know the artist you're going for and know how you're going to make sure that you're going to meet the artist targets.
Thank you, Marik.
Thanks.
And it goes back to the point we've raised about strategic planning and researching. If they had done all of these, they would have known and would have
Great.
selected a venue that would have been appropriate to
Yes.
contain him and his audience. Awesome. And Peters can speak after Peters. Prince would go. Peters, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've listened to a lot of people, and it's rather sad. I think especially the last speaker. It's rather sad that we are giving excuses for Wizkid for not performing, because the reality is that I am a fan of Wizkid. I've been following him since 2009, and we've seen him grow. But he must realize that he came from somewhere. Wizkid is an African. Now we will day, and we will the Africa. We are the reason why they are where they are today, and a lot of times they forget that. As a fan, like you said, somebody came from Kumasi to Accra to come and watch Wizkid. They did not go and watch the organizers. As a matter of fact, most times they don't even know who the organizers are. Wizkid had an obligation. Let's assume the event was fucked up. Let's assume those that paid over $300 were supposed to be getting bottomless cocktails, but they did not get their cocktails. At the end of the day, they did not go there to drink cocktails. They went to see Wizkid. Now Wizkid went there with his his DJ. DJ Tunes was at the event. He was there. I think Pokoli was also there, and there were other build artists that were supposed to be there. They also performed. So let's assume the population, the crowd that you wanted was not what eventually you got. You still should have performed, because the reality is that the rumored number that we have right now that they say were there was like 4,000, 5,000. But the capacity is 40,000. Whiskey, there is no way. Even Shatawale has done a show in Accra at that same sports stadium for like 20 Ghana cedis per ticket, and that stadium was not filled up. That stadium was not filled up for a very cheap ticket, 20 Ghana, 30 Ghana. It still was not filled up. So you are selling tickets for like 300, 500 cedis, and you expect the place to be filled up. Okay, now it's not filled up. You have 5,000. 5,000 as a number is more than a lot of arenas in the UK. And that's fact. There are lots of arenas, they'll say, oh, we sold out this arena in the UK. It's like 4,000 capacity, 2.5. But here in Africa, here in Accra, you have 5,000 people. 5,000 people. Some travel from different parts of the region, of the country, to go to Accra just to see you. Some stay till 2 a.m., 3 a.m. The right thing Wizkid should have done was to salvage the situation. As bad as the organizers may have performed, yes, the organizers have flopped, have fucked up. Wizkid had every power to save the day. If Wizkid performed yesterday for even 10 minutes, this conversation we are having right now, we will not be mentioning Wizkid. We will be looking at the organizers. Okay, organizers fuck up. Whoever would be tweeting will be saying, I paid for this for VVIP, and I literally had people that were regulars stay next to me. So this would be the conversation we will be hearing. The organizers, I think King here said that we don't have the infrastructure here in Africa. We are still a growing continent. And most of these artists, they go to the UK, they go to Amsterdam, they go to Paris, and they forget that Burna Boy was in Paris a few days ago. How many people did they perform for? Just 300 people. So what excuse are we giving Wizkid that Wizkid had a number of 5,000 at a stadium and he refused to perform? There is no excuse for that. There is no excuse for that. if you look at what the Life Nation said, Life Hub Nation, they may be lying and say, oh, Wizkid, but the reality is that they came up with a statement saying that Wizkid breached a contractual obligation last night. They did not just come out to say that thing, which means at some point in time in the agreement they had with Wizkid, Wizkid did not fulfill some of these obligations. So coming out to give excuse for Wizkid to say, even if the people there is two, how many people did Cardi B perform for in the US last week or 2 weeks ago? She was paid $1 million. She performed for less than 300 bankers, 300 people. You are an artist. It's your profession. It's how you get money. This thing that Wizkid did yesterday has not just tainted his name or the name of the organizers, but Ghana as a country. There are lots of people flying all around the world. Oh, we are coming to me. I'm a Nigerian. I just schooled in Ghana. But what Wizkid has done, it's not just Wizkid's name alone. It has affected the nation, Ghana. But a lot of people don't see that. How will I tell my friend when are you, Charlie? Let's go to Accra for December. Let's go and watch Wizkid. Yes, let's even go and watch Wizkid. They'll tell you, maybe the same Wizkid will no come show, will no come event to the PM for. That's what they'll say. It stays. That stigma stays. It stays on Ghana. But people don't see that. Yet we still have people come here to come and defend him. Defend him for what? His DJ was there. Pokoli was there. There were other build artists too that also performed at some point. The last thing you could have done, I was awake for like 3 or 4 a.m. Some people were still there waiting for Wizkid because the reality is that they came for Wizkid. Do you understand? They came for Wizkid. They don't come for another person. Yet we have people coming to say, we know who he is. Who is he? He's Wizkid. We brought him up. And they forget that. And we make them forget that because we pamper them too much. You have been paid to do this job. If Wizkid performed yesterday, even if the audience were 5 people, this narrative, this conversation that we're having right now, we would not be having it. And in fact, what he has done has not just dented his own image as an artist. Already we know Wizkid. Wizkid comes very late. Everybody knows that's how he is. In Africa, that's the funny part. If you go to Europe, he does not do that. He does not do that in Europe. They don't do that there. But when they come to Africa, in Lagos, in the Warri, in Ughelli, in Calabar, in Ghana, they do that. It's very normal for them. And it's bad. We must let them know that it's bad because people pay money. How do you charge people $1,000, 500 cedis, $1,500 for tickets, and then some people took out their money in this? We know the situation in Ghana economically, it's bad, but some people still took out their monies and paid to come and see you. The least you could have done was to respect your fans, because at the end of the day, they are your fans. They are the ones streaming your music, not Life Hub Nation. The fans are the ones streaming your music. They are the ones that paid for it. And Wizkid was nowhere to be found, and yet we still have people come on to defend him. Defend him for what? It's bad, and we should let them know. Because when they go outside, they don't misbehave. That's facts. They don't. But when they come back home, they feel like they are gods. They are not gods. They are people. And I think the Ghana government should have some sort of organization or an agency in place to make musicians pay for things like this. When you do things like this, there should be a penalty. There should be a penalty for it, because what he has done is rubbish. There is no excuse for this. So, to be very honest, I'm actually very sad that I've been listening for over an hour now, and I've seen people try to protect him. Okay, Wizkid. Okay, let's even assume something more serious occurred and Wizkid could not attend the event. As at 5 p.m. yesterday, Wizkid tweeted that he's coming to Accra Sports Stadium. As at 5 p.m. yesterday, that gave fans hope. Oh, Wizkid is coming. Even if the ticket sales were low, as at 5 p.m. yesterday, it has increased the sales. People had hope that Wizkid was coming. If something very important happened, that Wizkid was not able to come to the event, he could have just tweeted something. Leave a message in your social media. Oh, I can't come again. Something happened. It dies. Nobody blames you. But no, he is still silent till this moment. And yet we have some people that think Wizkid can do no wrong. Wizkid is human. He dey fuck up too. And we must realize that.
So yes,
Thank you,
I'm on the
Prince.
side that you fucked up. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. So I get your point, and I totally see where you're coming from. Abeku was making a lot of reactions in agreement, so we'll pick Abeku, and then Marik, you can have your final say. Others can speak. So Abeku, please go ahead.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. As I said earlier in the morning, yes, Wizkid messed up, and I support a lot of what his Nigerian brother has just said. I was in the crowd, and then most of the Caucasian guys, most of the Nigerians started complaining as at 10 10:30 when Last Meet finished his performance. They started complaining because the sound was bad. They didn't know what was happening, who was coming next, and everything. All of a sudden, I saw a group of guys kindly, excuse me, let me sort this one out and get back onto it.
That's fine. Marik, please go ahead.
So my last point, like you said, you see, we are talking about, we've been talking about how he wasn't right and all of that, and how their attitude in the US and all these places are different. You see, we know, and for people who have been to concerts outside in Europe and in the UK and stuff, they know that for venues in the UK and in Europe, there's a time frame. If you book the place for a particular period, you are given a time frame to work within that time frame. And if you don't, you are going to pay a penalty for it. We are talking about prices and how can you charge 1,005 CDs and blah blah blah. Wizkid was not in charge of charging anything. It was the event organizer.
Thank you very much.
So I'm saying that all I'm saying is that fine, Wizkid did wrong, but we can't go around this and say, oh, respect the fans, because when you go outside, there are things that are putting them in check. The last speaker rightly said that the Ghana government should have laws and blah blah blah. That is the right thing. If you don't do those things, artists go fuck up every time and then go. You know, if you do anything, because at the end of the day, also, if we are talking about outside and how they respect and all of that, these outside events probably have in their contracts clauses about, you are performing anyway, we are giving you whatever dollars to come and perform at maybe Married Fest. It doesn't matter the number, you're performing at Married Fest, and this is amount we're giving you. So the person will come, and even if it's not up to the number, he go perform. It's as simple as that.
Sorry,
Do
Chief,
the
can I ask
right
you,
thing.
Chief, can I ask
And
a
yes,
question
boss.
here?
Ola, can you please hold on so that when he
Yeah,
answers,
sorry,
go.
I just want to ask him a quick question so we don't lose track, right? Have you seen the contract that was signed by Wizkid?
Exactly, I haven't seen it, and that's why I'm saying that you
Exactly.
can
So
also
there are
blame.
conditions to this
No.
thing.
Ola. So here we are. Here we are. People are saying, "Oh, Wizkid fuck up. He should have performed, blah blah blah." And some are people saying, "Oh, the event organizers fucked up." At the end of the day, that's why I said that. At the end of the day, we both don't know the details of the contract to even blame which particular person. All we are saying now is that, oh, Wizkid should have been a better person to salvage the situation. But it's not as simple as that, because again, like you rightly said, we both
And
don't know the
Marik, that's where I
issues.
always want to correct you that this space has been on for like 2 hours, and like 1 hour and 30 minutes of the space, we literally didn't even mention Wizkid. We are just being focused on the event organizer
No,
and what we're talking. The
this is in
Wizkid
reference to
aspect
Ola.
is just coming in like the last 20 to
This is in
30
reference to
minutes.
Ola. This is in reference to Ola's question.
I
I'm
get
saying
it, but I
that,
also want to make it
yeah,
clear for people that are on so
okay,
that it doesn't look like it's a Wizkid bashing space.
exactly. So
Yeah,
it's
sorry,
my
specifically, say, I understand it's not a Wizkid bashing thing, right? But I'm saying is these guys put millions into their profiles to actually build their reputations. So for you to say, in order for him to make his fans in this occasion very happy because they paid and then he would just perform, even if there were just two people in the stadium, that cannot happen. I'll tell you that from a management perspective, that can never happen because if, for example, the guy performs on this occasion, right, and the guy then goes to New York, in New York, they're going to say, well, he performed to two people, so he has to perform to two people here as well, and that's how his reputation is going to drop. Does that make sense? So these things have ripple effects.
but again, I'm saying, so here we are. Yes, it does. But all we are doing now is saying, oh, Whiskey should have thrown everything away and forgot what was going on and just salvage the situation. I'm saying that it's not as easy as it is, because at the end of the day, like you rightly said, he performs today with this crowd, it goes through to the next another event, and it follows. They will see, oh, Oko Ghana crowd when he went to Ghana, within, even though he couldn't fill the stadium, he still performed. So no, yeah, what he could do for here. So
Exactly.
they are also looking at their interest, and I'm not saying it's right, because like you said, we have all supported Wizkid to get to where he is. But these people get to a certain level, and they have their own image of how things work. Lastly, my last point. Look at some Stormzy released his album recently. He had deactivated his accounts in social media. He came, promoted his stuff, and bounced. People might say, "Oh, your artists are here. You should be here and stay." When they get a certain level, and the way they look at their image and what goes on in their mind, it's different. We can argue and all of that. Why you need to do this? Why you know they do this? But they have their image. So as you, as the event organizer, do your bit. Let the Ghana law work. Let the Accra Sports Stadium, who gave out the event space, say, "Yo, you said you are going to work between 9 and 12. By 1, you should be out of here." So that the event organizer will push artists to come and do their work. It's as simple as that. At the end of the day, the argument about who was wrong or who was right will always go on. Everyone will have their own thing to say. But let's do the right things. Let's set the laws. Let's set the boundaries and say you cannot cross this boundary. If you cross this boundary, you are gone. You are not accepted here again. It's as simple as that. That's all I'm saying.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Marie. Other speakers had echoed all of that. I remember Austin saying that there need to be sort of a committee in charge of event planning and whatnot in the creative arts industry, so that some of these things are prevented. So these are all conversations and topics that have been raised. So thank you for re-echoing them. I'll drop you and Peters, and would have Prince had been on. Prince would speak after Prince. Football has been on. Football news will speak, and then Ola will speak. Thank you, guys. So Prince, please go ahead. Hi, Prince. Are you there? Okay. If Prince is not ready, football, you can speak. Football news, please go ahead.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I've listened to all the submissions, and they all really make sense. From Cyril, Victor, and the rest, and Austin as well. But you see, I was really looking up for something this year, especially this December, after the Global Citizen show. After the show, there were so many event organizers. I mean, a lot of people in the industry confessing that they've really learned a lot of things from the show. So in my mind, I was like, wow. Then this December, we expect a lot of things to go on concerning any failure. There shouldn't be the kind of failure. At least if there should be a failure, it should be minimized. And to be frank, I was surprised this morning when I came to this timeline and I was seeing this Ulabalu, like all these issues with Wizkid not performing, stadium it's not being filled. For the stadium, yes, it's expected, because looking at this turnaround of the month, you don't expect to fill a capacity of 40,000 or 60,000 stadium. No, it's not. Even the 5,000 is way too much for me. Looking at my expectation during this period of the month, this 5,000 is even beyond my expectation. So for the capacity, I mean, let's put that one aside. For the artist not showing up, fine, he could have his own reasons, which I don't have any proof of that. So that's his side. But listening to other views from people concerning my instrument, 40, my check and stuff, I was like, wow. Upon all these things that I heard after the global city, we still have issues with this instrument and mic check and stuff. I was thinking this December, our organizers and event planners are going to maybe prove us wrong concerning all these issues. Because I remember one guy, this Sadiq, was like, yeah, he was at the backstage and he was really, really amazed of what he saw at the Global Citizens. So he has learned a lot of things. He's not the only one, a lot of people. So, I mean, Charlie, we for learn. I mean, to me, my expectation for this December show shouldn't be an excuse of maybe they had an issue with my speakers, microphone, and no. It shouldn't be an issue at all because we've learned a lot. Yeah, looking at even the recent one, the tidal wave or what happened with Black Sheriff. Aside him, almost all the artists, everything was okay until the turn of Black Sheriff and started messing up. So after all these things, I was not expecting issues like this. So moving forward, please, we are now entering into December. Although we are into December already, but we are now entering into December. I know these event planners and then those in the industry really understand what I'm saying. We should really pull up something good for we the fans. We are the customers. I mean, a lot has been learned. I mean, we are expecting more from you people. If there should be any issue, I mean, it shouldn't be with mic check. It shouldn't be with speakers going off. It shouldn't be mic going off, lights going off. There should be a backup plan. There should be a backup plan. You have all this in place. We also what went on at the Global Citizen. I hear someone saying it wasn't. You can't say it was 100%. But my bro, it was 120% done. I'm telling you. The only unfortunate thing was people booing the pen, and that one is to the politicians. To be frank, we should bear witness when the booing even came up at the creative arts side. You didn't hear all these things. It was at the politics side where people were talking about the booing. But the creative arts side, you heard people talking about how Sakude killed the show, how Jackie killed the show, how the artist killed the show, how the cameraman was moving, how the show was organized, how security was tight. How you see, everyone was talking in the creative art industry. People were talking about how things were organized. You see, the creative art industry were not even talking about people booing the president and stuff. That was aside. Well, that one was left to the politicians. We heard the politicians only talking about that side. Yes, that would be the negative side of that show. But in the creative art industry, you heard people, I mean, commending the organizers, talking about how things were organized. So in my mind, I was like, Charlie, this is December there. Our event planners and organizers, they are going to pull up a big show because they've learned a lot. And first show in December.
Sorry, football. Sorry. I don't think you were on when Cyril had said it, but Cyril said when they interviewed the organizers for this show, the live people, they had used literally like 50% of the teams and companies that were used for Global Citizen. The people that did the stage, the Rudy Kwachi team that did the Global Citizen stage, were the people that they had used for this same event. So they had literally used some of the vendors that Global Citizen had used. That is what they had said in the interview with Cyril. So it also became a shock that if you said you've used all of these people that Global Citizen used, why then is your show not coming out as well as DS did? So I think, yes, I get your point of event organizers picking lessons from Global Citizen, but also remember the team that did Global Citizen, most of them, the ones that did the hands-on job, were Ghanaian bands, and these are the same people. Even with the Kachi had posted on LinkedIn after Global Citizen that some of the stages that they are done for Global Citizen are the same ones that are going to be used for Afro Nation and whatnot. So the lessons, they are picking it. They are picking it. They are doing what they have to do. But yeah, I mean, it just had to go the way it went. But like we're having this conversation to bring out the themes of what could have done better and whatnot. So thank you. We'll have other speakers. James would go, and then Pride, you wanted to speak, but this AJ, so after James, AJ, and Pride would go. I think we've been on for quite a while now, so we'll look at wrapping up in a few minutes. So James, please go.
All right, so I would like to take this from from 2 points. From one, the event side, and then two from Wizkid side. But I'll tackle Wizkid side because that was like a latter issue. The first issue that came to me was the fact that the location was wrong. The location for the event, looking at the structure of the event, right? So we had an issue of VIP tables. You have issues with certain packages, right, that had to serve champagnes and stuff. And looking at the setup of the stadium and how broad and open it was, I think that first of all the location was wrong because they could have opted for a much smaller space that could have sort of accommodated the 5,000 people that and made it look like it was big. Because some people keeps making references to some of these um, places in the UK where, for example, you take a very small space that has a capacity of like 3,000 people, but because of how small the capacity is, when the footage is showed, it looks like the place has been packed, but then the people in there were few. Now, looking at the kind of, I think the organizers they have not really understood Wizkid or understood his brand enough to know the kind of places he thrives well at. Now, for a show as big as O2, the logistics and things that have to go into that kind of show are different from a show you have to perform at Sports Stadium. And the second thing I'll talk about is pricing, because I don't think they understood. There was a clear segmentation of who the organizers were targeting. Now, the numbers you see on Spotify and things of Wizkid, right, they do not reflect the numbers we have on the ground. And this is a mistake a lot of people do. They think that because Wizkid has probably 10 million streams, they think maybe when he comes to Ghana, boom, that's going to be an instant hit, right? Sometimes it's very difficult to translate these online numbers into the physical. So what the organizers could have done is to have started their planning way before. I don't know how long they've been planning it, but I think I saw the flyer somewhere in September, which was too late for the kind of event they try to pull off. Because sometimes there's a big discrepancy between the online numbers you see and then the show numbers you see. And even the people who would attend, there's something we call segmentation. If you look into marketing terms of how people or who exactly attend shows, how much they earn, and how much they are willing to pay for certain things. I don't really have a problem with the pricing, but I have a problem with the pricing to the location. Now, if you are looking at atomicity levels, right? If you want to fill up a place like Accra Sports Stadium, that automatically means that for you to break even, you have to sell at a lower price. Some people might blame or might criticize Shatawale for selling his show at Accra Sports Stadium for that cheap, but there are numbers that back that trend, because if you want to get to that level, you have to spend lesser to get more people. If you are targeting a small number of people, then you have to charge more. And I think the event organizers did not do their homework well in terms of the segmentation of the users or the, why do I keep saying users, of the event attendees they were targeting. Now,
They didn't do a proper audience research, basically.
yes, sort of. I'm using users because I work in tech, and in tech we refer to these things as users. But if you are looking at users, for example, if you take somebody who is 30, right, and working at KPMG versus somebody who's 30 and working as a truck driver, their revenue gaps are a bit different. So the kind of show somebody who is working at KPMG earning 10K a month can attend that kind of show would not be somebody who is 30 and driving a trotro, probably earning minimum wage. I'm not saying that's what they do, but it will be different. And we have to look at it from past events. Right? If you look at the sports stadium has been noted for very free, like mostly free events. We take a look at S concert, we take a look at GT Back's concert. We go as far back as even I think was it Akon or Chris Brown, one of
Yes,
these
the
shows.
Guinness Distract show.
Exactly. Yes, and all of these shows, when you look at that venue, it does not attract people who are willing to pay 3,200 for a VIP ticket. They probably would have been better served looking at the dynamics, probably going to Polo Ground and then giving people a much more closed feel. Because if you work with events, even when you go for a party, standing outside, you know that the party has flopped just by the kind of feedback or sound you get from outside the club, right? So I think that was something they could have done. I'm not going to really bash because I feel like they are new guys and they do have a lot of learning to do. But then they've um, they've also probably I don't know too much about their plan, but there's a lot of things they really have to learn. Now on the Wizkid part, I'd like to take our mind. I don't know how many people remember this, but in 2013, right, Burna Boy came to have a show in Ghana. I don't remember the event, but I think it was only 8 people that showed up, right? But still, Burna Boy performed. Right. And I feel like as an artist, right, there's that contractual obligation that once you are booked for a show, you have to show up and perform. Right. Unless there was some pre-agreed arrangements that until I get these numbers, I'm not performing, then probably the onus would have been on the organizers to probably plan their thing to suit the kind of turnouts the artists were expecting to perform, because sometimes they use these things to pitch for more events, so they cannot be seen um, performing to a crowd of 20 or a crowd of 10, as some people are saying. So, in terms of, say, gathering more social proof for his brand, maybe he might have done the right thing, but I think that also just by accepting it, there could have been ways to salvage the issue. Now, I don't really have a problem with Wizkid. I actually have a problem with the R2Bs, the Ifias, and the Kim Promise, those within the Wizkid camp who did not show up, because I feel like they also it was gross disrespect on their side not to even show up to the venue.
No,
Uh,
apparently Ifya was there. Ifya was there for sound check.
yes,
So yeah.
yes, but then for the real performance, they were not there. So I think that's like very disrespectful, because people have, like I said, people have paid monies. People don't actually realize how difficult the country is, but to take out money to go and take out your time, waste your sleep to go for an event, and then the person you are coming to see doesn't show up, that's misleading, and that has legal ramifications, to be frankly honest. Like, if there were laws in this country, um, any of these artists could be sued for something, because you've posted on social media that you are going to be here, and you did not even show up. To perform is a different thing, but to actually show up and to be there for fans to at least interact with you, take pictures, know that, okay, Wizkid was there, but then due to communication barriers and maybe logistical reasons, he decided that it was best for him not to perform. Then at least people know that, okay, at least you were there. Because I don't know if this was right, but people are telling me that as at the time Wizkid was being expected to perform, he was at front back. I don't know if it was true, but if that's true, then that's a huge disrespect to the fans who have actually taken their time to. I don't know if you can clarify, but
Thank
that's
you.
what I think.
Yes, I wanted to clarify. For someone who was on there who has spoken earlier, he just confirmed that if he did perform at the event, R2Bs showed up, but they just didn't perform. And yes, that's about it. So in terms of if she performed, she was there, she did
Okay.
sound check and she performed.
Okay.
R2Bs were there, but they didn't perform. So any other person who was there who has any other info can also clarify. But yes, James, thank you so much. You brought in
Thank you
some
very
very
much.
technical aspects to the conversation. So that's amazing. This
Thank you
is
very much.
AJ. AJ, you go, pride goes. I see some Wizkid fans here. I'm sure you want to come defend Machala. So I'm going to drop some people and add some Wizkid fans to come say something.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much for hosting this space. I really love the idea because I've never been to Ghana, so I don't know how things have been done there. But based on the information I've gathered from here, I think it's a different, at least a kind of similar country like that of Nigeria, where we have shows and we see musicians not coming up based on the security issues or how the shows are being organized. Well, I'll actually talk about that of Wizkid and I'll be brief with everything I want to say, and that of the contract. By now, I think till this present moment, we still do not know what is inside the contract. We don't know what really happened. Why I will actually blame Wizkid is because he's here to post anything about apology or really tell us his own side of the story and leaving his fans out there. Though I am a Wizkid fan, but when it comes to reality, you just have to talk about it regardless of who you stand. You get so based on talking since it's been how many hours now? About 10 hours, yet you are here to drop anything, an apology or any other thing like, okay, we are sorry for not showing up. They've done sound check, they've done everything, but coming up as a kind of disrespect. Though there must have been I don't know, there must have been a problem between the organizers and Wizkid, but that we are yet to know of. So I still want people to calm down. There was a speaker the other time. That one was actually talking based on hatred. I won't lie. I have to be honest with that. I'm very sorry for saying that. But he actually said everything. You can actually pick out. You can observe what he's saying. That he's actually talking out of hatred about Wizkid, talking out on Wizkid. That's fine. We can't love. Nobody can love you. Not everybody can love you. Rather, not everyone can love you. They can actually talk down on you based on how successful you are. Fine. That is okay. But the real stuff here is how the organizers actually organize the show. Imagine, I think please the host, please, I think the venue is a very big one. I believe, right? It's a very big
Yes, it's a
um
40,000 capacity venue.
imagine 40,000 capacity, that even Shatawale bringing down the price of the ticket then to about 20 Ghana cedis, couldn't even sell it up. It is kind of they just want, the organizers just want to come into the system and boom at once, gather money and go with it. At times when it comes to do, I read about organizing, show organizing, and as well as the contracts being like between the organizers and the performer. I read about things like that. At times, it's based on total income. Then they share this thing, and as well as they pay you up once, come for the show, go. You don't care how much they make, or like things are done that way. Now you coming into the system selling a ticket at 300 Ghana cedis, when like some Ghanaians said the country is very, very hard for Ghanaians now. So you selling it at that particular amount. It wasn't Wizkid that said they should sell at that amount, right? It was the organizers. Hello, it was the organizers that decided to sell it at that amount. So people bringing our money to at least buy the ticket and still come for the show of 40,000 capacity. You trying to sell at 40,000 capacity in this period. Now me, if I happen to be Wizkid, who have the this global image, it won't make any sense for me to go to a show or 40,000 capacity attending to just 5,000 people. Now, I am not defending, I'm just telling you how it will be like. These same people that we are talking about, that at least you should favor the fans, you should show to them. They will be the very first person to go on social media and start talking about it, that he didn't even sell out the show. He didn't even do this, he didn't even do that. They start talking about the hills, the flaws of the show, the organizing. The
Thank you,
organizers won't
AJ. Thank
talk.
you. Thank you. We do get your points clearly. And I think someone raised it and we had buttressed it with that. So thank you.
All
And we are
right.
ending the space at 1 p.m. So
This is true.
I added a Wizkid speaker, a Wizkid fan to speak. And then when he's done, we'll just say a few things and then we can run up the space at 1. We've been on for a while. So big player, please go ahead.
The who?
Hi, big player, are you there? If he's not Pride, please say what you had to say, and then we
Yeah,
can.
I'm more than happy. I'm more than happy that I'm coming in after this
I see how for
conversation
somewhere, but
about
I'm not sure how we come.
absorbing with Wizkid. It is very, very clear, right, guys? Where at the end of this conversation, we spend a couple of hours on this. It is very important that when we exit, right, we exit with something. Okay, so what are we actually exiting with? Okay, so basically, we have had the opportunity to host a 40,000 capacity show in Accra, which could have kickstarted maybe someone in Lagos, maybe in Zambia, maybe in Douala, in Yaoundé. It didn't happen. Okay, it didn't happen. Investors will be looking at it, people who are into management, people who are into shows. It didn't happen. So it is a missed opportunity. But then I keep repeating, when an artist filled the O2 3 nights consecutively in the UK, what did the media say? Wizkid has filled the O2 3 times. When an artist fills Madison Square Garden, they said Wizkid did it, Burna Boy did it. So why, when the artist gets 5,000, it's the promoters, it's the venue, it's everything? You see, we're trying to make things easy for these guys. And when you talk about an international profile, Wizkid has nothing to prove to anyone. He's filled Madison Square Garden last month or this month. He's done the O2 last year 3 times in a row. What is wrong? How is that going to change your profile if you stage to 5,000 people? It doesn't change anything. It's just all about perception, right? Wheezy had the opportunity to salvage yesterday, and he missed it. And it's a missed opportunity for the industry, for Ghana, and the fact that Africans, we have to start doing what they're doing all over Europe.
Sorry, Pride, we seem
It's
to be
very, very
losing
easy.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pride.
Can you guys hear me?
No, we were losing you at a point. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your points.
Yes.
Very well
Thank
made.
you.
Guys, at the end of the day, sorry, Nee, please go ahead so that we can wrap up. Yes, Nee, please go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I'm usually not a return speaker, but I think some of the recent speakers are getting it all wrong. This was not Wizkid's concert he was organizing. If, like, the O2 and stuff he sold, those were his concerts, right? This is somebody doing a concert and asking you to come and perform, and this is business. I get the point that, yes, he could have been the bigger person, but I said earlier, their engagement with some of the other people was even wrong, right? Like, that's not how you go booking people. So don't expect me to, I'm not making excuses for Wizkid, but don't expect me to make faces for you when God knows all conversations would have happened back end. And even promoting the show to look like it was a Wizkid concert to start with is even foul play to begin with. Right? You are inviting me to perform on your show. You are not doing your groundworks, and I'm even trying my best to get my people on to even do what is possible. And if I guarantee you, the organizers ghosted at a point. They weren't there. You wouldn't come on stage. They weren't there. That's the thing. They were not there. Yes. Because now people were even moving to the MC for their money. That pay us. You are the MC. I even had to step and be like, yo, he's just a performer like everybody else. That's what happened. None of the organizers were to be seen at that point in time. How I even confirmed the show was done was
Nobody to be held accountable.
exactly was when some of the Wizkid had like his people around throughout. Now I saw some of them going on stage to pack extension boards, and that's when I realized that this is done. Mind you, his DJ was on stage for the longest time. His MC had to now become a dancer because my microphone was not working. So it is not my concert. It is your concert. You are putting me on. Do your due diligence. It's business. It's business.
Thank you very much, Ini. Thank you guys for tuning in. I mean, every each and every time when there is a concert and there's the whole hula balloon, when it's good, people get to talk about it, get to pick up the themes that we want to learn from it. Okay, I want to end this, but I see big people who want to speak, so I'm going to allow Pam Fisherman to speak. Honorable, please, you have the floor. Mr. Sabuti, please, you have the floor. You can go ahead. Hello, Pam Fisherman. Annie, are you there? Okay. I don't know what's happening, but yeah. Coach Sheldon, what do you think? Should I end this? Should we run up?
Nah, if they want to talk, let them talk.
Yeah, what's up? Okay, I'm actually a Wizkid fan, but I'm going to say like a lot of this has to be put on him because like he had fans there like waiting for him to perform, and he didn't like do his best to even come out to even just say something and just please the guys that were just that turned out for him. I also heard the can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. EXO, please go
So
ahead.
like I heard the pricing for the show was kind of like a bit high, and considering like the economic issues even around the world, they've not only in Ghana, like you can say that he really messed up. But I also like to blame the organizers for
Yes,
not
let me add mine.
thinking
Let me
through
add
like
mine. Yeah, I can talk now. I can talk. Listen, okay? Can you hear me? Yes. So whenever, yeah, yeah.
Yes,
So
we can.
whenever we are trying to complain about Whiskey didn't show up or Whiskey was supposed to do this, look, the obligation of that contract he signed and his team signed with Hub. Look, it was only half that they even clear to bring him into Accra. He came in and they were supposed to clear an instant agreement when he came into the country. It wasn't done. Why didn't Aaron to Beast perform? Was he paid for it? Why didn't King Promise perform? Was he paid? Look, there's a lot of things I don't want to go into details for. But look, Wizkid is too big for some kind of things you think you can use him to do. He's too big. He moved with
yeah,
over
but
like
please
three,
don't use
four
that word too
managers.
big.
He brought it. My brother, look, he brought his full band from UK. 11 band members. Do you know how much he pays them? So if you are going into an obligation with him that look, immediately you come into Accra, this other part will be sorted. Was it done? Was Arrow to be sorted? Was the King Promise sorted? A whole lot of things went wrong yesterday, but everybody is just looking at it. It's all about the people were not moving, the people were not doing this. Look, their promotion was completely bad. They didn't do their promotion. They didn't even do. Look, the main hype they should be doing, they were giving TikTok girls few money for them to be putting on TikTok and saying all sort of things on TikTok. Do you think for a brand like Wizkid, he is performing in 2 countries today? 2 countries. These shows are already sold out. How did you think that this promoter did it there? You can't compare someone who is a newbie into promotion and you'll be comparing it to people who have been there for a long time. People like Wiz don't even take half payment. But if they are doing it because I love Ghana. This is my place. He comes here, spends 6 months with his wife, with his kids, because I love here. So sometimes you see him very quiet. He doesn't talk. It's just because he doesn't want to put. Look, that whole statement they put out, Wizkid might not. He might just brush it aside and apologize to fans. Because he himself know all that went wrong yesterday. His team was there. His manager was there. If there's anything you want to say, Wizkid main manager is 71 years old man. He's not a young man. Mr. Sunday Are, go and search about him. He's not a kid. These were the people that was following Fela, that was managing Fela as well as at then, before Fela died. So don't think that maybe he's with a team that is incompetent. Then no, he doesn't take decisions on his own. If he said last night I wasn't going on that stage, that decision was taken, but it was actually taken by over like 10 people. It's not just Whiskey that took that decision. And so many things were not even right. DJ Tune was on phone with him, talking to him. If everything was right yesterday, DJ Tunes was there. Whiskey will arrive that venue in 10 minutes. I was at Afro Nation 3 or 4 years ago. When all these artists were performing, Akala and everybody, look, when Whiskey came in, Whiskey started speaking all the way. He came down from the car, the Prado jeeps that all this Ghana army followed him. I was there. I flew in to watch. And immediately took the mic from the car. He came down. He went straight to the stage. This guy is a big brand. So all these things, people are just saying he's supposed to come and perform to 20 fans, 30 fans. If he does that when they didn't even meet his own agreement, this morning, Whiskey would have been on Shade Room. Shade Room. He would have been on Shade Room this morning that, look, the Corona of Essence, one of the biggest songs in America last year, was performing in an empty stadium. Look, he has a brand to protect. So you look at the whole thing, you didn't even agree to my agreement. You didn't sort what you have to sort. If it's because of this half payment, look, take your money, it's nothing. These guys make money in their sleep. So some things, let's be realistic. Everybody is saying Whiskey didn't. People don't really know what happened. If you are going to blame Whiskey,
Mr. Daniel, thank you for
Yeah.
your points and your insights. But then
Like,
in Pam Fisherman, I beg, make
please let me
I say
finish. Let
something.
me finish up.
No, EXO, please hold on. Please hold on. I just want so that
so what I am saying
Mr.
is that,
Daniels, please
okay,
hold on. What I'm saying is we've been on this space for about 2 hours now.
and I've
And
been with you. I've been with you on this
and
page
you
for
know
two
that the
hours.
most part of this space has been about the event organizer and what he had done wrong, correct?
Yes.
So please let's also not ignore the fact that if these fans had gone there and had felt a sense that seeing Wizkid would have calmed
Please,
them and make them feel
can I add
they'll be
something?
fine.
Please, can I add something? Wizkid performed in a 800 capacity building where King Promise performed just 2 months ago. Wizkid goes to Tema. R2Bs will organize a show in Tema. Wizkid don't care about how much he's charging because he's not charging these boys. They are his friends, they are his brothers. Do you understand? So it's not really about him not doing it for the fans. It's because, look, the organization is completely wrong. He has people on ground. Cameras are everywhere. You can't just eat with ROCA, Sony Music. All this stuff, if it goes out, they'll be like, who is putting you on these shows? Let's be realistic. It's not about, look, think about it. Why didn't King Promise, R2Bs, and all these guys go on stage? Wizkid had people backstage that he was actually ready to bring on for surprise artists last night. He didn't do it because he was still waiting to die minutes to see if he's going to get a green light from his management. But they weren't. They were tossing around. So, look, let's be realistic. A whole lot of things, I won't put it out, but with time, people will know. That's all. Just that the management in Ghana, with all these they should do better. They should do better.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel, for coming in
Thank
with
you,
all
sir.
your
Thank you,
insights
sir.
as well.
Thank you so much.
EXO, please run up quickly so that Pam Fisherman can go.
Yeah. I wanted to also say that like Wizkid has a lot of love for like his Ghanaian fans. I know Wizkid has the house in Ghana. I'm not even sure he has the house in Nigeria. So I know he has a lot of love. So when people are saying he disrespected the fans and all that, I want them to understand that see, he's not the only one making these decisions. You get there are like other people like his team that would give green light for some certain like stuff to happen. So that one is also part. And I also want to believe that things were not right. I know like the fans that were on ground yesterday, I was seeing some snaps and like a lot of people were not happy, but I want to just make you guys understand that a lot of things happen that you guys might not even know about. Like starting from the promoters and the show organizers, like things like some disagreements might have happened backstage that might have prompted him not to come on that stage for as in at all. Sure you get. So I'm speaking from from like a Wizkid fans point of view, and I'm also like trying to understand like the concert goers. I'm trying to understand their part, and you know, but all
Okay.
in all, like
Thank you so
since
much.
yeah,
Pam Pam Fisherman, please go ahead. After Pam Pam
Uh,
Fisherman, I do speak.
yeah, quick one. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been really an interesting conversation, and just unfortunate that this is happening. But I think not specifically addressing anymore, but Otumba Daniels, I think that if you are within a Wizkid setup, I do not, and I'm a fan and I paid money, and your artist did not show up. I do not think that this is how you come and communicate it to the public. The fans who pay their money are not privy to whatever the contractual details Wizkid had with the organizers. But the point is that right until the very last minute, for example, the conversation or the communication out there is that Wizkid will be performing. If you knew even a week before and you knew that contracts and aspect of details had not been met, you will call the show off. Then the fan who traveled all the way from Kumasi will not even come in the first place. He or she will sit somewhere. You understand? I believe, for example, that look, wrong is wrong, things have happened. Let us move forward and find the solution. But don't come on this space and be talking down people and be talking about Wizkid is a big brand and all of that. Wizkid started from where? From here. This is his platform. He would never go to international platform if the local people did not support him. So this thing about artists making name, just like footballers, for example, they start from the local scene, they become big, then they move abroad and they think they are more important than the local people who supported them with their peanuts. And I think that, no disrespect, but I think it's very disrespectful for you to come and be talking about brands, be talking about Wizkid. It's not interested. I don't care whether Wizkid was in Tema or he was in Kumasi or in Accra and was performing R2Bs for market women or kinky sellers. The point is that people had gone to a show where your artist was fronted as the lead performer. It did not show up. If you have issues with what do you call it, the organizers, that's a separate thing. I think you need to find a convenient way of coming out to apologize to the fans, and then you deal with organizers later. But when you come and you make it seem like, well, they had issues, that is why they did not perform and all of that, and that the fan is not privy to whatever the details are. The only thing the fan knew about was the fact that I'm going to Accra Sports Stadium. I'm going there because an artist that I idolize or I adore is going to be there to perform. But when you come on the space, no responsibility on your part. You don't even take responsibility, but you want to parry the blame to the organizers. That is very unfair and it's unfortunate. Look, Wizkid will be managed by a 70 or whatever year old man who had worked with fella and all of that. That is great. And I respect him for that. I have no idea about who the person is. But the key point is that in these harsh economic circumstances, people had gathered their money, they've taken their cars, they've gone to a national stadium hoping to see an artist that they love and admire, an artist they've seen through the ashes of poverty to get to where he is. All they are applying for is fine. Unfortunately, you did not perform. But just tell us you are it's unfortunate, I could not make it. But moving forward, ABC. Then you deal with organizers. But don't come and talk down at, for example, a fan who had paid his
Oh,
money and
no,
saved
no,
all the
no,
nice
but
things.
nobody was for. I
No,
didn't
no,
even
no, no.
talk down to the
See,
fan.
after that,
I was
Mr.
only
Daniel,
telling you that look,
no, no,
whatever
no.
that
By the
happened
time you put
yesterday,
it big, your
you
style
don't.
alone. Mr. Daniel,
My
listen.
Okay, please let's hold on. We want to make sure we are getting our points very clear. So, Mr. Daniels, please let Pam Pam Fisherman land, and then you can respond to him. Else, we would not hear the conversation. Thank you so much, Pam Pam Fisherman. Please please end so that he can respond. Pam Pam Fisherman, please go ahead.
Sorry. You see, I have friends who were at the concert and were very upset about that. You do not do that. I believe, for example, that Wizkid may not directly speak to his fans, but those of you are within his inner circle, when you have platforms like this to speak to people, you know, your tone in even narrating whatever happened. And look, because at this stage, the person who paid the money and did not see him is not interested in whatever narration that's going to go on. Or you come, you just find a very nice way of calming down their nerves, and then You take on the organizers and deal with them, because already the organizers are saying that they're going to refund the monies to the fans. That's another thing. So even if they are angry, they'll be looking forward to the fact that in the course of the week, I'll get my money. But if you are within Wizkid, because trust me, there's no way Wizkid will do this in the UK or in the US or anything like that, because they will sue him. But it's unfortunate that the very platform they use to rise to global fame, and they build their so-called images or whatever that you want to allude to, when they want to come down and perform, then they are talking about brands. Whiskey wouldn't have gotten to Madison Square Garden or the O2 Arena or whatever without the support of the local people. Sometimes you guys do not have to forget and let these guys know that, look, you may be a big star abroad, but when it's all said and done, you come home. And it's the same thing with the footballers. They travel abroad, they play for all the big clubs, but in the twilight of their careers, they want to come home and take leadership positions. And we see that all the time. Wizkid may be great now, but he will not stay in the limelight forever. Others are coming up fast and they will take over. You need to be preparing them for some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam Pam Fisherman. Thank you so much. And these are points that has already been raised. Wizkid first concert, his introduction into the industry was on a Ghanaian platform, Miss Malika, years ago by Banky. You did mention that he's been to Kim Promise, R2B's concerts with less than 500 people, and he's performed Promised Land last year. He came on as a surprise act. He didn't even do anything. He just took the mic and he was singing a bit about the song he has with Kim Promise, because he had another show and he was the headline. And everybody understood that it's not his show, he was not announced and he came. So why then is it that if there's 5,000 people, and even if the systems are you say maybe they are faulty or whatnot, just your appearance, like we are saying, would have calmed audience down. But then again, like Pam Pam Fisherman is saying, if you are on the team, the first thing should be to, calm us down. The fans, the people that had paid, someone went from Kumasi to Accra to see him. If it's the immediate reaction is, oh, so many things went behind the scenes, the promoters didn't do this, the promoters didn't do that. Fans didn't pay promoters to see the mishaps. They paid to see Wizkid. So Mr. Daniels, please make your point, but also be calm about it for us. Thank you. Mr. Daniel, you can go if you're not ready. Nee, please go ahead.
So I dropped this one last time and then outbound, right? Jacqueline, if you are doing a party and you invite me, ask me to come, and your house is not in order, it is not my responsibility to let your guests know why I decided to sit in the back room and not show up to the living room. It is your responsibility to let your guests know. I think we are forcing the narrative of it is Wizkid's concert. I made a statement earlier that the organizers even
Nee,
broadcasting
could
it
you
to make
kindly
it look
speak up
like.
a bit? You are a bit faint. Please speak up.
Sorry, can
Yes,
can
it's
can you hear
better.
me now?
Yes, it's better.
Yes, I made a submission earlier that, in my opinion, the organizers submitting this to look like Wizkid is organizing a concert in Ghana is foul play, in my opinion, because it is not his concert. And two, they were not even, you see, and this is how you can tell it is intentional. They were not even submitting other acts. Like they were just posting artwork of Wizkid, Wizkid, Wizkid. So nobody even knew which acts were coming except the Asaka boys who posted something once they were confirmed. Right? So if I am holding a concert here and like global citizen, they found local talent to get the thing done and it wasn't done, then you can say that, okay, yo bro, you messed us up. But you are inviting me. If this was Ghana meets Niger, we know it is not Wizkid organizing Ghana meets Niger. The reaction would be different, right? So we can't keep forcing. I get it. It would have been nice for him to have showed up. In my opinion, I think he respected his fans enough to still send his team. And even at that dire moment, things were not working. And you see, because we don't do this here, we don't understand this, and that's why our artists keep, and not even our artists, even professionally, we are disrespected, and Ghanaians are part of the lowest paid professionally globally. Is because we don't understand the professionalism of these things.
If Wizkid's management doesn't let him go on stage, he wouldn't go. And I'm saying that if I was part of Wizkid's management, I wouldn't let him go on stage. When I'm seeing my microphones go off, when I'm seeing cameras not working, it would be nice for him to do that. But it's not his concert. It is not. I'm just here to support. That's all.
Thank you, Ni. It's not Wizkid's concert. He's protecting his brand. He has a brand to protect. Whatnot. Agreed. We get you. Pride, please go ahead. Guys, we're wrapping up in 9 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for letting me make this interception. I'm really really amazed, right, listening to Ni and Daniel Otumba. This is actually the problem with the artists. When you surround yourself with people who you think show loyalty. You see, loyalty is the ability to tell someone you are wrong, we are wrong, and let's fix it. That is loyalty. Okay, so I'm just listening to some very, very contradictory statements, right? About brand, about loyalty, about, listen, there were about 5,000 contracts in Ghana yesterday. What I mean by 5,000 contracts, I mean 5,000 fans who have bought tickets. When a fan buys a ticket, it's a contract you have with the fan to deliver. Right? And so if you're Wizkid, you have a house in Accra, you have friends, you have R2B, you have King Promise. This is the real reason why you should even go there and talk to those 5,000 people. We talk about corporate communication. We're talking about, Fela's manager, whatever. That's fine. But then, if you're Fela's manager and you've managed the best people, you should understand what is corporate communication. So you, Wizkid, you were on Twitter saying, I have a show in the stadium. But then you don't use that same initiative to say, listen, guys, I'm not going to turn up. Okay? That is corporate communication for me. Right? And this is the things which we use to absorb these artists. So are you telling me because the roads are not good in Ojo Elegba, Wizkid is not going there? Everything has to be perfect for them? It doesn't make sense to me. If you think Wizkid has a lot of money, he's doing it just for the sake of it, he's not charging money from them, he should then be on the stage talking to those 5,000 people. King Promise, R2B, I was expecting them to be like, Wizzy, we've got guys out here for us. These are our fans. Let's go out there and deliver something for them. That is what I expected from the local Ghanaian artists. They were sitting behind and were pegging behind the fact that they're stars as well. We need to get the whole field. We need to get the stadium. All of this don't make any sense to me. And it comes back to the same thing. When you surround yourself with people who manage you and they're yes men, they will not tell you the things which you're doing, which are not correct. And like I said, right, all the conversation, let me finish, please. All the conversation you have about, we don't know if his money was finished, if the contract, fans don't really care about that. Fans don't really care about it. And if Wizkid was really worried that, okay, maybe contractual negotiations or maybe money has not been paid, why are you contradicting yourself saying he was not doing it for the money then? It means he was doing it for the money. So let's be clear about what we're saying. For us just to wrap this up, right, we have missed an opportunity to show the world, Madison Square Garden, O2, that we two Africans, we can do shows which is up to 40,000 capacity. We have missed that opportunity. And hopefully next time, we don't miss this opportunity. We show them that, fine, we tried to do 40K, we couldn't, we did 5. Next time we'll do 6. And by the time you realize, we'll be doing the same thing the O2s and the likes are doing. It's just a joint responsibility. But then I think Wizkid had the opportunity to salvage this. He had the opportunity.
He's going to do. You are going to hear from him. It's not who is dropping statements first, but you hear from him in no time.
Exactly. So listen, don't interject. If you say I'll hear from him, it means that he's late. If you're saying it, it means he's late. So all the matter of him having Jeddah as the manager, but he is late. He is supposed to be early enough and delivering this, so we all know that this is what is supposed to be said. Let's call a spade, guys. If we have to progress in this industry.
Everything you said is completely right. Look, you won't be quick for it. Look, Wizkid has 2 shows today, 2 countries. He's flying into 2 countries. If he gets to Abidjan, he's moving from there. By 6, he will perform in Abidjan, and he's moving from Abidjan. By 9 p.m., he's going to Cote d'Ivoire to perform. He's definitely going to drop his statement.
Brother, you have a
He
catalog of
respects
excuses. A
Ghana.
catalog of excuses you got,
He
brother.
respects Ghana so much. He loves this country that you feel like maybe it's due. We are all upset right now. We are just saying this. He is not saying anything because he's personally hurt. If there's any country that is going to affect Wizkid so much as an artist, that is going to affect his feelings so much as an artist, Ghana. He lives here. People know. Wizkid doesn't even stay 6 months in Nigeria. People know these things. If Wizkid leaves this country right now, he's moving to UK. That's the thing. Immediately he came with his band. Anybody that is there that knows, he came with 12 band members 2 days ago to this country to give a proper show. Here, he came with 12 band members to give a proper show. The same people you saw at Madison Square Garden, he brought all of them to Ghana. If you follow them, check their Instagram. They are all in Ghana as we speak. But when people do things, they are not truthful. They'll be like, oh, give us 1 hour. Look, he's a big brand and he has management. If he wants to do it personally, they'll be like, no, this is not good for your brand. All the sound too, they are not good. Your DJ is there. Everybody's complaining. You shouldn't go. You shouldn't do this. I think maybe we can reschedule. We can do something else for them. But don't go and do this. So let's just wait. Everybody's angry. Everybody's upset. But please, let's give him the benefit of that. This is the same boy that I've always loved this country, been here more and more and more, being with the artists, show them love. If he goes to their shows, even overseas, without them, please, he's human as well. You see, everybody has been bashing online. He never said anything. But please, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Because some people know what actually went down, but they won't come online and say anything. And Wizkid is not that kind of a guy who rush to social media and say, oh, this is no, he doesn't. So please, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. When he came into Accra 2 days ago, he came with his wife, his kids, like his band management, his wife's mother, everybody came with him. That's how he travels to Ghana. So whatever is happening right now, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. There are a whole lot that some people too don't know that happened back door. But I'm not trying to inject him out for the fact that he didn't come out to come and handle. But look, he doesn't manage himself. He moves with his management. He moves with Sony Music Management. So everything they watch, and they'll be like, no, this stage you can't go on. We were on here 2 hours ago. I was listening since 2 hours. When one of the technical crew of that show last night said they were even sweeping the stage as late as 9 p.m. at night. Let's be realistic here. All these things, it all add up. We might not want to say it. Music, the sound was not working. A whole lot of things were not working. But if we're just going to blame the artist that, oh, this is what, and I love the fact that a whole lot of people have actually dropped their point here. They were not being like, oh, Wizkid was this, I really appreciate that. And on behalf of him too, I apologize to everybody for everything that happened last night. And I know him, the love he has for this country is all these things are going to be resolved and it's going to end in a better way. Please accept my apology, please.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. You seem like a senior citizen manager of Wizkid.
Oh no. Thank you so much.
A lot of insight. So at least we are. I don't know if it's safe to say you are from the Wizkid camp, but it's good that we've had points and insights. That's only if they are not based on assumptions and they are real facts that you are privy
to. I thank God they are not based on assumptions anyway.
Okay,
so
that's nice.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate. Thanks. I'm giving thanks to everybody that came on it, everybody that spoke, from everybody. Your point, nothing is being thrown aside. Just that, sometimes these artists, they don't, when it comes to contractual issues, you won't see it. They won't even show you the document. So at the end of the day, they get all the hits. You understand? But at the end of the day, let's just give them the benefit of that because they are humans. And this is not a neutral guy. This is a guy that he has chosen Ghana as his home. He's the son of the soil now in Ghana. So please, let's handle things easily with him. We are going to hear from him and everything will be resolved.
A lot of people had a lot of things to say, but we can't accept everybody. Kojo Sheldon,
please speak if you want to end this space now. If not, I think we've raised a lot of points from the event organizers not doing proper research and proper strategic planning to the Wizkid aspect, which Mr. Daniel has also spoken about in terms of what we don't know happened behind the scenes. I think going forward, like a lot of people have said, is putting systems in place, the Ministry of Creative Arts, the Ghana Tourism Authority, having sort of a committee, people with expertise and experience to help handle some of these events, because at the end of the day, the long run is that these events are selling Ghana. We are selling an idea to people. We are making Ghana the Las Vegas of Africa, where it's okay to come and have fun in December. So if some of these events are going to taint that image, then it's not only on the artist or the event promoter, but it's on the country as a whole, the creative arts industry, and the whole ecosystem. So going forward, we hope people are on this space who are listening, who can put in certain actions and put in certain suggestions that would make sure that subsequent events become better and much more effective. And there's a total audience experience, both from the performer and then also the promoter. Thank you guys so much for being on. It was such a nice and healthy discussion. Coach Sheldon, if there's anything you want to add, please go ahead so we can end the space.
Oh, you talk everything. Thanks for co-hosting this space with me, Charlie. Then sometimes they're not the bed, but anyway, yes. So shout out to everyone who came on this space. Your contributions, they make sense, Charlie. But
You
then
guys, I think Coach Sheldon is sleeping. So whilst he's sleeping and he's not awake, anybody that wants to say anything can go ahead. Mr. Zoo, please stop.
they know they hear me.
I don't know what's up with him, but we can continue the discussion till he comes on and ends it. So anybody can please raise your hand and speak.
Yeah, Kojo was Sheldon was actually speaking. You know, maybe you didn't hear. Sheldon, you were talking. You didn't hear.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Yeah, Sheldon was actually talking.
Okay.
Can you
Sheldon,
guys hear
please
me?
speak again.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. So shout out to everyone who came on this space. It's 1:33 over here. I'm sorry, I no chop, so I have to go out there and eat. But yes, I'll repackage this and post it on YouTube and on my podcast. So Charlie, you people go follow the conversation. But yes, thank you, Charlie. Bye bye.